Howdy, gang. Welcome back. King Come delivery. I don't know if it's today or tomorrow, but we are supposed to be doing a horse race. To show everybody that Neuhoff Stud Farm still got what it got. And then we have to go back to Ratai and tell the Scouts refugees to move into this different town that we're rebuilding rather than reclaiming Scallots. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, if this was like right on the border to the enemy country and this is like the first spot they would invade from, which I guess it is considering that's the first spot they invaded from, uh I can see them leaving the land alone for now, but like Pribyslavitz is right next door. Like it's not any safer. Maybe if you put it like, I don't know, maybe more down here, a little closer to Talmberg, but why don't you just take scallops? There's probably a lot less work. You don't have to cut down as many trees. I guess there's more labor involved with this overall, which could be good with providing jobs for the refugees, but still, uh, ain't good. Don't make a ton of sense. Also, I pointed out earlier, this is like a stockade military camp. This is where the enemy is actually camped out. So like, they came from here. And they sneaked all the way over here. They didn't do anything with Sasau. They didn't do anything to Sandfesh or Merhoyed. So, like, I don't know, the border must be over here, not necessarily all the way up here. Just some thoughts. And, yeah. I don't know if... Noom... No, okay, so it's the next day probably, which means we should... One, maybe check out one of these quests. Anything to waste some time. Two, we can take on this camp on our way back to Ratai. Oh, I did not go and redo a woman's lot. I just wasn't feeling it. I also dumped a lot more time than I thought I would into finishing Dragon Quest XI. But I did, in fact, finish it. I completed it, to be more specific, like 100%. I got all the achievements, killed all the super bosses, and we'll talk more about that soonish. And, you know, it's a big game. It'll probably take us a good while. Every big game we talk about usually lasts like an hour or so. And our next goal shouldn't take nearly as long before we got some more stuff to talk about. Like, I started playing Batman Arkham Origins because it was like $5 a few days ago. And I did like half of the Riddler stuff in one night. It's definitely a smaller game, so I'll probably be able to talk about that like maybe even next week. And I'm almost done with another game. And I'm not sure what my next big project is going to be. Like, project endeavor, we'll say. Playing a game is not a project. I might try and finish Bug Fables. I know I started that like a long time ago and I only played like 2 acts of it. I have like 6 hours in it. I've talked about it a little bit before. I just said it's like too chill. Like I don't, it doesn't keep me awake when I play it, despite liking it mostly mechanically, you know. Um, over the Labor Day weekend, I bought Xenoblade 3 because there was like a code that got me it for like $40, and that's the cheapest Nintendo game's ever going to be. But I have not touched that yet.
God's blessings. What can I do for you?
Have you got any work that needs doing?
Not much. Unless you're not averse to a bit of risk.
How do you mean?
Oh?
As you can see, I tan hides. I can only buy them from the master huntsman, and he never gives me enough. I'd hunt them down myself, only he keeps a close watch on me. But you now...
Well, I don't think the master huntsman would be any happier about me hunting on his preserve.
He wouldn't, if he caught you at it. Look here, I'll pay a good price for whatever you bring me. And sometimes I have to fill an order and I need something in particular, in which case I would pay you extra. And if you help me out a few times, I might be able to teach you something useful.
Oh.
Couldn't you use some hides?
Aye, I've got an order from the monastery for hare hides. They make belts from them to ease backache. I shouldn't wonder if the old abbot wears one himself. Good luck then.
Bring a hare skin to the courier. Skin. And hunt 3 rabbits. You can do that. I like that he only wants the skin and not the meat, because I can do that at my own pace. The skin isn't gonna rot. And then over here there's an actual quest. What was I saying? Right, I haven't touched Xenoblade 3. In fact, I'm like halfway through Xenoblade 1 Definitive Edition. I just haven't touched that in a while either. And I played the original game on Wii. So, like, it's not like I haven't played it before, but I want to play the definitive content. And I'm, like, actually going for all the side quests and stuff this time. Like, paying attention to that aspect of it. It is, in fact, pretty convoluted, which is why I didn't do it the first time. So, yeah, I have no idea when I'm gonna get to that. You know, I have other freaking JRPGs I need to finish too, like Edge of Eternity. I was enjoying that. I just stopped for no reason. I think something else big came out, like, I think it was Elden Ring. And when I finished Elden Ring, I was like, oh, I could go back to play this game, even though it's been a couple months, or I could play Dragon Quest. So that's what happened there. Really deep into Yeast Memories of Celceta as well, but I've been playing it on and off. It was fun. It's more or less the same as 8, but like a little worse because it's older, but like the leveling system is a little more complicated. They've simplified it in future games. And it's like slow. I'm at a point where it's kind of difficult and I feel like I have to grind a bit, and that's like pulling the enthusiasm out of me. I tried to play it more like a bit last month and I did make some progress, but it didn't stick. I definitely have most of the map revealed though, like there can't be that much more of the game left.
I'm glad to see you.
I just got like so many things on hold. I need to fucking discipline myself and go back to them instead of starting new things.
Master Huntsman, is there any work for me here?
There's always something that needs doing. You're that Skalitz lad, aren't you? Sir Radzig's lackey.
That'll be me.
Right. I saw you here shortly after the attack. My word, to get away from Talmberg like that, quite remarkable. It's clear you're not easily scared. So I do have a job for you.
I'm listening.
We've been having terrible problems with poachers lately. In Sir Divish's forests, we've been finding gutted entrails of deer and rabbit nooses all over the place, but no sign of the bastards who put them there.
And you want me to track down the poachers?
Indeed. Whatever you learn will be useful to me.
Perfect excuse for me to poach.
Do you suspect anyone?
Well, it's hard to say, but seeing how much harm they're causing, I'd say they're no crofters looking for a Sunday roast.
Shouldn't you be dealing with the poachers yourself?
I should, you're quite right. But when I ask the local folk anything, their mouths close up like clams. They're more scared of me than the devil.
Do you think the locals are in on it?
Well, I don't know, maybe. But even if not, they'll never talk to me. They're scared I'll dig some skeleton out of their cupboard. You know, the smaller the village, the bigger the secrets. That's why I need an outsider to ask for me.
I understand. I'll try to find out something about them. Any advice about where to start?
Certainly. Ask around the village. Somebody must have seen or heard something. And it wouldn't hurt to ask in the inn in the glade, the one on the road towards Neuhof. I've heard they serve good venison, and no shortage of it.
That's clear enough. As soon as I hear anything, I'll let you know.
Thanks for your help, lad. Goodbye.
Goodbye. How are we on food? I believe this is like a 15% pot, so it should take us to full without breaking our bonus. Deer hunting spot. The inn in the glade is right over here. Track this quest. What else do I have on hold? There's definitely more. Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle. I was playing a bit of that for a while. It's a fun game. It's just like low stakes. Like I'm not invested in the story by any means. It's hilarious, but you know, it's not serious. I'm not dying to see the next act. I can watch it whenever I want, like cartoons. The game itself is fun, but I'm also like stuck on this one challenge trial that I should probably just come back and do when I'm a higher level. By challenge trial, I mean it's unlocked after you finish the act, like it's meant to be endgame content, and I'm still trying to do it. And obviously I want to finish that so I can play Sparks of Hope when that comes out. It looks like they've done like a decent amount of innovating and improvement on it, and like it kind of looks good. Yeah, as much as I already love the original, it just looks better in every way. And what was it, Axiom Verge 2? We talked about that. I could like low-key dropped it. I want to go back to it. I've been thinking about it, but like I also have other Metroidvanias I could play that are like I need to give a fair shot. Like, I've had Yuku's Island Express installed for a long ass time. I just never touched it. It's the one where you play pinball on every screen. It sounds awesome. I've had shadow tactics installed for a long time. I've never touched that. I don't think it's too big, though. Like, I am in fact running out of hard drive space right now. And I'm just not fixing the problem by not clearing out any of these things. Matthew, my friend.
Here's your share.
My share of what? What the hell are you on about?
Well, that thing with Thomas, somehow his ring ended up with us.
Are you out of your tiny mind? If anyone finds out you robbed him, we'll all be fucked.
Take it easy. It wasn't theft exactly. We all know he stole that ring himself. So if it comes out, he'll be in the shit too. He'll keep his mouth shut.
What?
Where'd you find someone willing to buy and not ask too many questions?
It wasn't easy. Then Fritz thought of Andrew.
Andrew?
The innkeeper here. They say all sorts of things about him.
And how did it go with him?
Well, first he didn't seem too keen. But when he saw the ring, he bought it off us. Actually, I'm not surprised. After all, we'll spend all the money on booze here anyway.
After you bought a new shirt, right? It wasn't always blue. Pretty sure blue's an expensive color.
What now? What will you do next?
Now that you mention it,
Out with it then. What have you thought up now?
I can't help myself. It's force of habit. We tried to be good at Sassal.
So good that you punched a novice in the mouth.
Exactly. We broke our backs working in the mill.
Honestly, these guys should help us with Pribyslavitz. They're master carpenters, and they're my boys. They wouldn't dare do me like that.
While you eyed up the miller's daughter.
And they drove us out. The only worthwhile thing we did recently was give that wastrel a thrashing, take his ring, and sell it to Andrew.
I'm not sure I like where you're going with this.
And where's that? No one in the country gives a damn about the law. And if we knock some thief over the head in the woods, or ambush some wagon with supplies for Sigismund's soldiers, I won't lose any sleep over it.
And that's how I make my money, so... y'all be heroes.
Those swine deserve even worse. But that's what Sahanish is here for, isn't he? What can we do?
Wake up, for Christ's sake! It's war! They skewered your parents, didn't they? They fucking burned down our fucking village, didn't they? Don't you give a damn about that?
I fucking do!
Of course I fucking do.
And now, there's a herd of swine ransacking Skalitz. Those fuckers are trampling over the ashes of Jeremiah, and Desmond, and Siegfried, and Tristan.
Siegfried's local Chad.
It's not right.
I can't let it go, Hal. Even if I have to do it on my own, I'll put the fear of God into those bastards.
I lose reputation for that.
We'll strike fear into the fuckers.
I knew we could rely on you, Hal. I knew it.
So, what's the plan?
Well, I thought Andrew the innkeeper here could help us, but he's nervous. Best ask Fritz. He sorted out selling the ring, and he knows Andrew better.
All right, I'll do that. I was wondering, did we all get equal shares?
No, you got less, but still plenty.
And it's fair, I didn't steal it. But you could have just kept it all, and I would have had to... I wouldn't have to keep my mouth shut. Hush money for something I didn't know.
Well, all right then.
I ain't gonna do my boy like that.
Got it for you right here, as you wish.
Where is Andrew? There we go.
God be with you.
We'll be with you.
If I wanted to rob...
Whoa.
Not interested. Good luck to you.
Have you seen a worn-out old whore who usually stands...
Whoa.
She disappeared yesterday and hasn't been back since. I heard her former husband was found dead at home with his balls chopped off and his wife strangled and her eyes scratched out. And the house ransacked and robbed.
Oh, fuck.
They
That
say
wasn't
it
me.
looks like a butcher's yard there. No one can say for sure if the old bitch had anything to do with it. But I'll wager the shirt on my back, you won't be seeing her around here again.
Maybe she did that herself, but like, I can't believe it.
Listen, innkeeper, I hear you have some game here from time to time.
Aye, we have dice games happening most nights.
You make a stuffed bird laugh. You know full well what I mean.
No, I've no idea what you're talking about.
I need a job, bruv.
I'm not here to make any trouble for you. Just looking for some job I can aim for. Another string to my bow, so to speak.
I think I'm catching your drift.
Splendid.
But before I tell you anything, I'll have to put you to the test. You know, I can't send every Tom, Dick and Harry to my friends.
Fair enough. What do you want me to do?
At the stud farm near here, there's a stable hand by the name of Jakub. Bastard got lucky at dice and won my favourite tankard off me.
And what's that got to do with me?
If you'd stop interrupting, you might find out. Anyway, he's so full of himself, he doesn't want to give it back. Not even for money. But he's very fond of archery. And I don't need to add he likes to make bets.
I'm with you. If I can win your tankard back and bring it to you, you'll know that
That you're not completely useless. That's right. So, get going. I'm thirsty, and I'll always tasted better out of my trusty old tankard.
I will.
May the Lord watch over you.
Honestly, I'm surprised tankards aren't like a more common accessory in games, you know? I guess if they're going for like a rated T thing, they would rather keep most of the alcohol and drug use out. Ow, I'm choking on dust. Sorry. Yeah, comes that Neuhoff, yeah. Quest marker gone. Different quests for some reason. Yeah. If you're like a traveler, would you not have your personal best dad mug with you at all times? Get a fancy one to like increase his healing effects. Magic. It's got like made of gold, got some gems in it. There's all kinds of accessory things you could have, and you just like slap it on your belt or something. Makes more sense than wearing earrings or whatever. How many men you think wear earrings in this time? Even when I was a kid, we were still calling them queer rings. Like, they couldn't have thought very well of it, either. Obviously, the king needs to be blinged. So, you know, he might have them, but, like, common folk, they're like, no, we're too poor to afford them, so we're gonna call you stupid if you wear the jewelry. And Henry doesn't wear them. He's got a necklace and a finger ring. Jakob. Ginger? Came back. That Jakob? That's Villager. Smash Bros.
I'm honored that you should come to me.
Because Animal Crossing isn't a game.
I hear you won a tankard off Andrew the innkeeper.
I did. Luck was on my side. What's it to you?
I always did like that tankard. How do you fancy testing that luck of yours and betting your tankard against my coin?
What do you have in mind?
I've heard it said you're the best archer in the region, but I'm not so sure. Care to put it to the test?
Maybe not the best, but I reckon I could beat you any day. Very well. I'll bet the tankard against your groschen. Deal?
Fine, let's do it.
Follow me then. Not doing too well, are you?
Man, shut up.
You had a favorable wind.
I have a favorable wind blowing your way.
But what?
Know what I'm saying?
Nice shot. But what's this? Nice shot. But what's this?
Damn.
Not doing too well, are you?
Holy moly, this guy's good. And I'm very not good. Oh!
Settle up, youngster. And feel free to come and see me whenever you've got more coin to give.
Yeah, I'll take you on again, you son of a bitch.
So,
What about it?
how...
Suits me. Very well.
Fine, let's...
Follow me then. Good luck then.
He can buy his own tankard with 30 groschen. Shit. I just bought it off him.
You had a favorable wind. Not bad. Not bad. Couldn't hear barn door. Not bad. Not bad. Sacre, you could miss one or two.
Did miss one.
Shot. But what's this? Sacre, you could miss one or two.
Fuck!
Here, barn door. Beginner's luck.
He'd probably won again. But I missed less, I suppose. Fuck you.
Settle up, youngster. And feel free to come and see me.
So,
What about? Suits very well.
fine.
Follow me then. May the Lord watch over. Couldn't hear barn door. Nice shot. But what's this?
So, as I was speaking on before, honestly, it feels like I don't have too many things that I can think of that I need to play, and that's because a lot of them are just like multiplayer things that I'm trying to play with my brother, but we keep bouncing around between stuff, and like none of them are getting finished. Like, I've got Sniper Elite, I've got Deep Rock Galactic, we've got V Rising, we've got Valheim. We've got Tribes of Midgard still, though we might be done with that one soonish. I feel like there's, like, cost-sunk fallacy at this point. Like I said, I talked about it a couple weeks ago, right? And I was like, I'm ultimately not too enthused with this. It's too much the same, not enough content overall. The new survival mode doesn't do enough. But, like, we've spent so long in it, and we've still not actually beaten a boss. We're like, we need to do this. We aren't pussies, we're gamers.
Damn, you're better than I expected. Alright. Have the tankard. It's not like I've got much use for it.
Yeah, you've earned yourself 45 groschen, my man. You go buy yourself a freaking diamond-encrusted tankard. I got Terraria. We always have Terraria installed. Terraria is the best. Terraria just got another update. It was big. Honestly, I haven't played it in a couple years because they just keep adding more content, but I always want to. So good. They're just like, they revamped the combat system in like both the last update and the one before it. Like, things are actually kind of exciting now, if I were to go back. And right now we've been actively playing Force of Nature 2. And she's always bitching about, I guess he doesn't like it, I'm not sure, but he always wants to play it. I don't think it's as bad as he says. He just like read some stupid reviews about people who don't like survival games, I guess. And he doesn't know how to make his own argument. Like, you look at the negative reviews for it, and they're just like, the game's a big grind, you go to a new area, and you're just working towards the next tier of equipment, and like, yeah, that's a survival game, my guy. Even Terraria is like that. And eventually, you get to the exotic materials, and you start finding, like, cool new things to build, like, you're not just upgrading your sword, now you're getting fancy chakrams, or new magic thingies. Armor sets with unique benefits, and like, yeah, it's exactly the same way in Force of Nature. It's like, you know this is how the genre works. If you didn't like it, then you shouldn't have bought it. That's why I said when I read those, and like, the opinion has not changed. It's exactly what I expected it to be. A little better, in fact. It's pretty decent. We're almost done with it. We just completed the third area. There's only 4 portals. I'm expecting there's maybe a secret 5th area, but, like, you should beat it in another couple weeks. Depends whenever we play. And we'll probably go back to Sniper Elite or something.
I brought you back your tankard.
So you're not completely useless. Lukash will be happy to see what handy people I'm sending him.
I suppose this Lukash is your poacher friend.
Now then, poacher's not a very nice word. I'll call him more a man who knows a good opportunity when he sees one.
I see. And where can I find this opportunistic friend of yours?
He lives on the hill to the north of the castle, in a small hut. If you're planning to talk to him, Make sure you tell him I sent you.
I won't forget. Thanks.
I'm the one who should thank you. I'm looking forward to putting my lips to the old love of mine.
Here, just as you ordered.
Looking forward to wrapping my lips around you. Sheep and wolf's clothing. Meet with black Lukash.
To good neighbors.
Got to see a red A. Wait, there's two of those, right? I wasn't... Am I seeing things? No, okay. Sun's almost down. Then we'll be able to do the horse race.
Yeah.
Right, how are we on time? It has to have been a half hour. Yep, cool, cool. Alright, boys and girls. So we completed Dragon Quest XI Echoes of an Elusive Age Definitive Edition. Boy, that is a mouthful. I wanted 11 when it came out, but, you know, I waited a year for it to go on sale, because I was like, it's a turn-based RPG. I've, like, dipped my toes into Dragon Quest before. Like, I've played a good chunk of, what was it, 8? Journey of the Cursed King, the one with the headband man that everybody loves. And I played, like, either 7 or 6 on 3DS. And that was pretty fun. It's more of the classic style. It doesn't... It's before they'd had the full 3D world navigation thing, but... I don't know, I was enjoying that, but again, it's a 3DS game, like, it's not something I play every day. So, yeah, I've never finished one, and, like, I like Persona, obviously, I liked Paper Mario. I don't play too many turn-based JRPGs. Like, I'm open to them if they look cool. Like, obviously, I tried Octopath Traveler, but, like, it's still not my favorite type of game. I've always preferred the, you know, the more tactical ones, Final Fantasy Tactics, XCOM, whatever, when it comes to turn-based. Even, like, real-time battle, real-time, I think that's what it's called. Like what they've done with Final Fantasy eventually. When they got to, like, 13. And 11. Whichever one's the Zodiac Age. Either 10 or 11, I don't know. Maybe even 12. I know one of those is, like, an MMO they shut down. What, Child of Light? I liked Child of Light. That one is really good. Active time battle, that's what it's called. Not real time. Or like everyone has a speed stat that dictates when their next turn's gonna come based on a meter rather than having a turn order that's set up so like if you have a rogue he can attack twice before the enemy does. That's like cool. I like that you can manipulate the turn order, let's say. You have a little more control over it rather than just standing there and taking a beating. And right, we still haven't actually talked about Dragon Quest, so we did talk about Builders. I played Builders. I loved Builders. Builders was amazing. Anyways, Dragon Quest, like Dragon Ball, because the artist is Akira Toriyama. All the characters look like freaking Dragon Ball characters. Like, oh look, Trunks. Oh look, Trunks, because everyone has a sword. In this game, you play a guy with a stupid middle part haircut. You look like Jerry Trainer. So... yeah, I wasn't a fan of the protagonist design. Honestly, it was too funny to me. Normally they got, like, spiky hair or something, like... There may have even been a teaser for the next game at the end of the second credits after you've done the whole post-game. And if that's the case, it seems like the next guy's gonna have spiky black Vegeta hair. And like, oh, that's more like it. And throughout the game, you see flashbacks of the old Luminary. You're playing like his reincarnation. He also had spiky brown Vegeta hair, Super Saiyan hair. I don't know if that was a different game or not. It seems like it was probably a game at some point, but obviously I haven't played that one. Quest?
Andrew the innkeeper sent me. Said you had a job for someone who's good with a bow.
Did he now? That's all very well, but I don't know if you're a man I can trust.
So how can I prove it to you?
For a start, you can tell me why a lad like you wants to join us.
'Cause I'm a mad lad. Like money?
Heard it could earn me some decent coin.
Yeah, that's what I used to think. Only it's not quite that simple.
Why's that?
You'll find out for yourself. Anyway, I have to check you out first. See if you're any good.
I'm listening.
To begin with, I need to know if you're at home in the woods. And if you're any kind of hunter. Bring me some deer antlers, and then we'll talk.
Easy.
Bet. We should go to Talmberg and sleep. Sun's almost gone. Right, so finally on to the actual game. So, as I said, you play a reincarnation of the Luminary. In a way, it seems like this world has stuff established in it. It has a history, which, again, it's probably connected to at least one of the other games. I don't know if they're all sequential in the Dragon Quest universe or not, but you're like a prince, I guess, and your castle is immediately attacked by your baby. You wash up downstream and get raised in a small village. Everybody thinks that you're dead. But you have like a special birthmark that glows yellow sometimes. And that's how people know you're the guy. The chosen one, as it were.
You can't just walk around in the dark. You have to have a light. It's the law.
Sorry. So the game actually starts, you're doing like a rite of passage in your village, you climb up a mountain, it starts you with a sword and shield, you're escorting your friend Gemma. And, you know, you fight some of the cute slimes, the slime mascot everybody loves. You get to the top of that mountain and your power awakens, I guess, accidentally, because a big bird shows up, and you cast Zapple. Or Kazapple or something. You summon lightning out of the sky, alright? And lightning magic is, like, rare. Every character seems to have their own magic element, but literally no one in this world seems to have lightning manipulation. So, yeah, I guess if anything makes you feel like a chosen one, simply the fact that you can cast lightning spells. And you actually, when you level up, you earn fire spells, Frizz, Frizzle, Sizzle. And the lightning is basically the same stuff, but it's just stronger. It's objectively the strongest magic. I don't know why I'm lost. Anyways, they see that and they're like, "Oh, I guess we gotta tell you the truth. You had this letter on you when you washed up, dude. You're the guy. You gotta go see the king." So you immediately get a horse and they send you off to the castle, and you meet the king, and he's like, "Oh, he's He says because you exist as the Chosen One, the Dark One is guaranteed to also exist, and that makes you a bad omen, so they want to kill you. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like, if you're like 16 years old or whatever. So the Dark One's obviously been around for 16 years already. Killing you isn't going to stop them. They kind of need you to stop. But whatever. So you spend the whole game on the run. That all happens in like the first few hours. I don't think I'm spoiling anything. You freaking get jailed and you break out of jail, and that's where you meet your first party member, Eric. He's like a thief. He's the homie. You love Eric. He stayed at my party for most of the game. So yeah, you spend like basically the whole first act of the game just running away until you finally make it to the world tree, which is where your power comes from. And then I'll try not to spoil too much else, but like from there, things happen and you enter disc 2 essentially, and you basically have to redo the entire game that you just played, but like at a high level, and you have to recollect all your party members. You get a new secret party member that they actually did a really good job hiding by not spoiling him in the OP. And yeah, that was like kind of lame pacing wise, and that's like kind of why I need to bring it up. Like the whole first act of the game, it was a joy. It was a little too easy, but like the enemies were funny. They all got the pun names. The music's amazing since the definitive edition has the orchestra. It was actually a big debacle. The composer is racist or something. He didn't want white people to have his beautiful music, so he gave us like shitty MIDI files that are compressed as fuck in the original version of the game. And for the definitive edition, they patched in the orchestral recordings. Yeah, you got like a fun world to explore. You're meeting fun characters. Things are like a little generic in that, like, yeah, they decide that you're the bad guy in quotes. You're still very much the good guy, and you're still very much the chosen one, but like otherwise things are very by the numbers. Chosen one, go get the special sword, kill the bad guy. And like you're running away occasionally, but every time you go to a town, nobody's like, "Oh, you're the bad guy." It's only the people who are hunting you that show up occasionally.
Great Talmberg horse race, where the best steeds and riders in the land will compete to see who's fastest. Fate and fortune won't decide the winner here today.
Get rid of that marker so I don't get confused.
Victory. But I won't hold things up any longer. Competitors, prepare yourselves. Ready, steady, go! Yeah.
Win the race. What is the track? I don't know the track, dude. I might have to redo this race so I'm learning what the path I'm supposed to take is. My horse is obviously significantly faster than these guys, so maybe I should just, like, tail them until I see the finish line.
Yeah.
Right, so every time you go to, it has unique problem. This is one of those games where, like, you go to a town and they have problems, you meet a random character who has a little character development, and then you move on. But your character doesn't grow at all, only in level. In Act 2, people, like, they have changes to end up unlocking bigger skill trees for all of them, so, like, there is character development, even for your character. Who is silent, by the way.
Apples, melons, fruit.
Yeah. Come on. Come on.
Come on, come on.
Yeah.
Come right.
Up the ribbon by the mill in Marrowhead.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know, like, it takes probably 30 to 40 hours to get through the whole first act of the game, and from there it's like, nothing too impressive story-wise. You're just doing it, and like, again, it's fun, but it's a little too easy. When you start the game, there are options to pick modifiers, like, they're called the Draconian Quest. So you can do stuff like make it so the NPCs talk gibberish, or you can't level up at all, or you can't buy anything. You can't use any equipment, so you have to rely on buffs. Grinding enemies that are lower level than you don't give experience. They just make the game harder in general, like harder enemies. There's all kinds of stuff you can do to customize the difficulty. And I totally would have turned on the harder enemies, but you can only do that when you're starting the game, which is a total load of shit. How do I know I need to make the game harder if I haven't played the fucking game yet? Like, come on. With a JRPG, things are normally pretty balanced, so I was like, oh, I'm gonna regret picking hard, and I just didn't turn it on right away. But I wish I had, for the most part. Act 2 is pretty straightforward, too. I did say you have to go through all the areas that you already went through, but, like, you breeze through them. All the enemies have, like, a minor buff, so they're a bit stronger, but they still don't do much damage. Or, no, they do damage, that's the thing. We'll talk about that a bit more when we get to gameplay, but... you just breeze through it, you make a pit stop at all the towns, you're not necessarily going into every dungeon again. And then you pick up your party members, and then you head to kill the boss, and I think that's where the base game ends. Because Act 3 seems to be focused around these things called toggles, which are little time things that nobody else can see. And, like, they're directly connected to some content that I know for sure was not in the base game, so, like, I think that the whole post-game Act 3, or at least most of it, is new.
Yeah.
So, in terms of that, basically, I'm gonna, like, mildly spoil the premise. When things happen and Act 2 starts, those aren't good things, right? So, after you've become super powerful, you decided it would be smart to turn back time, right? And undo the bad things and kill the bad guy before you could hurt anyone. It's very sensible. There's more to it than that, but, like, basically you go back in time and your whole party gets reset to level 30 or whatever you were when Act 2 started. And that was really scary at first. They get their levels back a little bit in, like, 2 or 3 hours later, but I was pretty tight about it at first. Alright, where is the mill? Oh. Okay, and so from there, you're left free to explore. There is, like, a new big bad guy who appears after you've done that thing. And, it just tells you to go fight him, but he's, like, 40 levels higher than you, or however you are. I was, like, level 60 at that point, and you need to be, like, max level to fight this guy. So it tells you to go explore and grind, basically. You can make pit stops at all the towns again and redo all the things that you did in Act 2. And they have less impact. That's just the thing, it feels like bad writing, and that, like, there's less justification for you to fix these problems now. But stuff like your whole party members growing their character, that needs to be redone. Like, they announced a sequel game called Dragon Quest Treasures. So that should already spoil the fact that Eric has a sister. He doesn't talk about his sister ever, but I learned about her because of that trailer, so spoiled for me, spoiled for you. Anyways, you have to save his sister as part of his thing, right? And you just go back and take care of her problem again, but it's a lot less severe because the Dark One was not involved. And yeah, you do stuff like that for all the party members. There are 2 party members in particular who didn't have character growth and didn't get a skill tree upgrade, so they added one for them by doing like a challenge. Guys, I fucked up. I'm just gonna follow the guys because this race sucks. How do you call this the Talmberg track when it goes to all the nearby towns? God forbid they give me a quest marker to let me know where I'm supposed to go. I can't even find where this freaking ribbon pole is. As you'd expect, there are challenge things to do. There are, like, new bosses everywhere that you can go fight. Super bosses. They're actually all pretty hard, right? Act 3 is when the game had real challenge, finally. Things were getting a little tough in Act 2, but, like, Act 3 is when I started getting party wiped and stuff by all these bosses, because it's, again, you have, like, your zoom, you can fast travel to any of these locations, so they're all just high level. They're not meant for you to be taking on in a linear pattern. So that's when things got a little rough, but I stuck it out. Basically, after you've redone everything and explored the whole world, did all the side quests again, there's still the past content that toggles you find give you passwords that help you repair the past, which is being messed with in a place called Tickington, which takes you to like a 2D pixel art world. In the 3DS version of the game, it's this really cool Mode 7 art style, but you get like a shitty 2D thing. That's what the old games are like. That's the whole point.
And fortune won't decide the winner here today.
And you revisit iconic areas from all the other games.
But I won't hold things up any longer.
Except it doesn't totally make sense once you get to like the 3D games. And you're still in 2D, like, that's not what the areas looked like ever. If they had, like, more budget or something, they probably could have done the old game's art style for each thing, and that would have been really cool, but what we get is 2D. And you have first-person combat and stuff. Because they made that mode, you can actually play the whole base game in 2D now as well, but I didn't feel like doing that because it honestly takes me out of it. It's hard to tell what's going on. The HUD's kind of out of the way. The effects don't feel as good. When guys get like buffs and status effects, it's hard to tell what's actually affecting them, and that's really annoying. Like, I get that they were trying to be true to the old form, but some UI enhancements would have gone a long way. But yeah, there's all that. I wasn't into it at first, but once you turn the battle speed up to fast, it kind of goes by kind of quick. And I don't know, it's free grind time. I will say, though, in order to finish it, there's one quest in particular that requires you to have already beaten the final super boss. Not the final super boss, but the super boss of Act 3, like the whole story point of it. And then, when you do that quest, you unlock the final boss rush thing in that place, right? And when you kill that boss, he's like, oh, this is all a test. Now you were strong enough to beat the guy that you already beat. It feels very out of place, and it kind of invalidates the entire thing. It really pissed me off, actually. So, the whole Tickington questline, 0 out of 10, alright? Pointless. Completely ignorable. However, when you do that, you do unlock the true final super boss, and boy is he a pain in the ass. I fought him for like at least 4 hours. I was pulling my dick off. It's fucking status effects out the wazoo. You don't even have the accessories to nerf all these things. You just have to deal with them. Party-wide attacks. He does like 3 to 4 attacks every turn. You basically need to have buffs equipped to survive even a single round, and like, he has a buff wiper spell as well. So, like, you have to keep recasting them, and if the guy who cast your buffs happens to die, you're fucked. Or you're gonna, like, keep dying. This is, like, you get stuck in heal and revive loops for a while until you finally get lucky and survive long enough to get buffs back up. And boy, it just sucked absolute dick. And there, like, wasn't even any story behind it. It's just there to fight, and you get a costume out of it. Which is why I had to do it. There was an achievement locked behind it. It needed me to have all the costumes. And it's not like there was anything I could do to make it easier, because I was already max level for a long time behind then. I rebuilt all the best weapons. I had what I thought was the best gear. I even switched up my accessories a bit to try and minimize the amount of people getting, like, paralyzed and put to sleep and stuff. Yeah, that just sucked, alright? The final story boss, he was alright. I've tried to fight him under-leveled, and I was like, oh, I guess I maybe do have to go grind to max. And I fought him, and he was still kind of tough. Apparently, when you start Act 3, you automatically upgrade your Sword of Light into the Super Sword of Light. It just doesn't even tell you. But it gives you some new special abilities. And one of them is just a secret thing. If you use it as an item, it'll dispel dark auras, and that'll significantly weaken the boss. But it only works on him. It's something you never have used before. So, like, unless you just read every item description, you totally go over your head, and that's kind of annoying. Nobody mentions it. I know where the start is. Now you can eat my horse farts. This is the wrong horse. I wonder if the game's gonna know. What is this? I'm so confused. What the fuck is this race? What the hell? Did I win or did I lose?
I was beginning to fear we'd have to send out a party to find you.
Forgive me, my lord. But please, I must ask, will you buy...
It's that important to you, is it? You're a fine... But I promise you that...
Thank you, my lord.
Dude. It sounds like I lost. I'm not okay with that. I also didn't use the right horse. Right, so I don't know, like, the story of the whole game was kind of generic overall. It was fun. I liked the world. But, like, it's nothing you need to experience. And then, like, the definitive edition, Echoes of an Elusive Age-esque content, whatever, that was all just, like, pointless. It was just, like, please go grind. I guess maybe because the Bane game ended when you hit level 60, they were like, oh, we have 40 more levels you can get. Let's just give them an excuse to grind, and that's what it was. That was overall, like, not a journey worth taking, if you asked me. But, like, I didn't mind it for the most part. Like, grinding to level 99 was not an issue. It was fine. They gave you a special place to grind. Eventually, you can find, like, Metal King slimes, and you should be strong enough to have abilities that you can spam to, like, guarantee critical hits. And that's how you farm those. So you just, like, one-hit the metal slimes, and each one you kill is, like, a guaranteed level. So, like, hypothetically, you only need to kill 40 of them, but by the time you're there, that number's more like 20.
Talmberg horse race, where the best steeds and riders in the land will compete to see who's fastest. Fate and fortune won't decide the winner here today. Horsemanship, knowing the lay of the land, and quick wits will bring victory. But I won't hold things up any longer.
The shitty part is that, like, there was no new areas. You just re-went to every map a second or third time. Any areas that were made inaccessible due to the time skip were reused as dungeons in the magic world. It's just like so much recycling, man. They did hide new treasure chests in the reused ones when you're in the grind dungeon. Otherwise, you're just not even exploring anymore. You're just fighting enemies for the sake of it, grinding out materials to craft new weapons. And those trickle out really slow too, right? So Eric eventually becomes the most important person in that he can steal items the enemies have a chance to drop. So you just sit there and spam steal on every enemy until you've collected enough of these rare things that you need. Build all your endgame equipment. Yeah, that was all just like very shut your brain off. I love it. But, well, that's all the story, alright? And you just say, like, if you waited for the S version, you're a fool. And that means I'm a fool. I could have just played the game when it came out. But I waited, like, another year when they announced S. So, on to the game itself. Turn-based RPG, right? You got a party of 4. You take your turns. You cast the spells. You level up. Leveling up is pretty simplistic. You have, like, your stats go up by a set amount every level. It's predetermined, so, like, at level 2, you'll get 5 health and 1 attack, and, 3 magic might and 2 magic mending. And level 3, you'll get no health, but 2 points of attack, and 5 magic might and nothing else, or whatever. And you get different amounts of skill points every level too, so you'll be getting like 1 skill point at first, then it'll become normal to get 10. And things that are a bit more expensive. The skill points, you have like a skill grid. Each one is shaped uniquely based on the character. And you get stuff there like passive bonuses as well as weapon abilities. So for you, you have the sword tree, the great sword tree, the sword mastery tree, which combines abilities from both, and also the luminary tree. And those are all connected to make the luminary sigil. It's your birthmark. So, like, the luminary tree consists of passive stat boosts you can get, as well as the Zapple spells. Like the lightning stuff. So, in case you chose to level only swords, you'd have access to fire spells still, like, you wouldn't be magicless. But, the Zapple stuff is just way better. It's more expensive, too, but it's way better. The first half of the game I played with sword and shield just because the great swords start doing very much the same amount of damage, and it's kind of pointless to sacrifice the armor and block chance. And the sword skills are, they're utility based. You have stuff like a metal slash, a dragon slash, a healing slash, a slightly stronger attack. They're all single target. And yeah, it was just kind of lame. When I got to Act 2, I finally had great swords that were doing about twice as much damage as the one-handed sword. So I decided to make the switch, because it automatically refunded my skill points anyways. And boy, are great swords sexy. Alright, they got attacks that hurt all the enemies, they got attacks that hurt groups, they got attacks that double your damage rather than doing slightly more. You got attacks that triple the damage instead of doing slightly more. They got a couple elemental attacks. And then, you know, you just basically one-hit everything and sped shit up a fuck ton. And they have, like, bonus crit chance as one of the passives in the tree, so, like, in case you didn't one-hit the boss, well, there's a chance you will. Yeah, great sword is a big million, but you kind of get forced back into using a one-handed sword eventually once you get, like, the Sword of Light again, or the Super Supreme Sword of Light, or various other things. However, there is a passive to unlock dual wielding, which is dual wielding, obviously. Dual wielding kind of sucks at first, because your offhand does, like, half the damage. But when you use an ability that hits all enemies with an offhand weapon, the offhand weapon will also hit all enemies, and that's kind of sick. There we go, I won.
Ah, watch what you're doing! There's people walking here!
Shut up.
And here's our champion. A very impressive ride, Henry. Truly. And on a horse from Neuhof. It seems I'll have to reconsider where I get my horses from.
Are you going to buy from Zora, then?
I'd be insane not to. You've proven to me the exceptional nature of her horses. Please send her the news with my greetings.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you. I'll pass your message on to her.
Woo-wee. We did the horse race. Alright, back to Neuhof. Got a Four of Kings. Blue A. So, I said all this stuff is predetermined, right? You don't get to distribute stat points, so, like, you are stuck playing a magic swordsman. Eric is stuck being a thief who can either use a sword, a dagger. He unlocks dual wielding through the dagger tree, so I recommend leveling daggers first at least. And then, that'll let him dual wield daggers, swords, or his third weapon, boomerangs.
Yeah.
And you just pick whichever one, and he also has his thief skills, which is also something I didn't level up soon enough, but I definitely recommend it, because he has one really OP ability in there. Which lets him create illusions of himself, so he can triple his attacks. So you combine that with, like, one of his strongest abilities, which guarantees a critical hit. You do triple crits. And yeah, it's just big damage. We're not gonna talk about all the party members. There's no point. Like, I'm just saying, everybody is stuck with what they are. So you have an attack mage, a support mage, an all-rounder mage he's really just the best, honestly. Like, his healing is pretty good. I used him as a mage, so his magic is very powerful as well. He has his own unique elements. If you need a reason to switch, he has elements that are different, I guess. And he can fight with claws too, so he can be like a sort of rogue if you want. You have a monk girl who uses charm attacks. It's something unique to Dragon Quest, I guess. You have, like, strength, magic might, which do exactly what they sound like, magic mending, which is for support magic, and you have charm, which charm is both resistance to being charmed, which is, you know, you'd like mind control, you'll attack your party members or whatever, you'll do nothing for a turn. But you can also use it as an attack, so you can use, like, blow kiss, and it'll do some damage and have a chance to confuse the enemy or manipulate them or whatever. Or, depending on the character, they have different charm attacks, because they're 2 charm characters. And, yeah, that's most of what they use for a good chunk of the game, because it scales pretty flatly. Obviously, there's not a lot of ways to increase the stat other than the stat itself, so, like, they're just really strong. So the girl has, like, an ass blast. She'll just shove her ass in your face and it'll make a big heart appear. And the enemy freaking dies. And I'm like, bro, that's me every day, dog. Or she'll use the sexy beam. She'll, like, fire a gun from her uterus. And, you know, stuff like that. So it's weird in that they don't really have much use for their weapons at first. It doesn't really matter what equipment you give them. But it was unique to have, like, a different class of magic, I guess. Late game, though, they definitely switch back to physical, because it falls off once you get the super weapons. They just do more damage. So they switch back to using their abilities, finally. And right, you have another, like, all-rounder type guy. He's got the sexy attacks, he's got swords, he's got whips, and he has, like, thiefy magic skills that also do, like, support stuff like buffing and, like, small heals. That's, Sylvando the Jester. I didn't use him very much, but he always came in handy when he came back as a backup party member.
Oh. Good afternoon.
That race, it was quite something.
So the race is over? Tell me, please, how did it go?
Not good. Terrible. Atrocious, really. Zora, prepare for the worst.
Mother of God, what am I to do?
Alas, you'll need to begin anew. Because Sir Divish wants to buy your horses.
Why, I ought to wring your neck, you rat. That's not the kind of joke you play on a woman of my age.
Congratulations, Zora.
Thank you, lad. But how can I ever pay you back? Wait, I've got it. You'll get the best saddle to be had in the whole province. Smill had it made in Kuttenberg.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's you I owe thanks to, lad. Good luck, then.
Noble saddle, 4 saddlebags. No wonder I couldn't buy one like that. Maybe this one will match his outfit a little better. I need to put that in his inventory. Yeah, I was only able to buy like a 3 saddlebag one, that's why I settled on the cheaper hunter saddle. Yeah, the green works a bit better. Brown just blends in.
Yeah.
Okay. So next I need to hunt a deer and some rabbit, but we also just need to make our way back to Ratai. And talk to Fritz. Do I have hunting spots marked? I know there's deer up here, obviously, so I can get some antlers from this. Gotta be rabbits around too. That's where I hunted with hands, right up here.
Yeah.
Arrows. Equip my hunting arrows. Horse, sidekick, inventory. So many better hunting arrows. Take like 40.
Yeah.
Right, so it's fine. Everybody having a role like that, and it gives me an excuse to pull them out, rather than everybody being more or less the same, like in Persona. In Persona, the only reason you had to switch is for elements. And, like, people get underleveled because you have no reason to use them or whatever. And that sucked. You know, in JRPGs, I always had trouble finding who I want to use, other than just, like, okay, this one's my wife, this one's my dad, you know? But, everybody has Learning Helmet, so it doesn't really matter who you use. You all earn experience from the fight, whether you're in it or not, which is an awesome thing. However, everybody earns experience at different rates, so despite the fact that everybody hit max level around the same time, one character in particular was like 8 levels behind everyone else, and we had to sit there and farm out more Metal King slimes for her sake. And yeah, that was just lame. And jeez. When I said you have trouble picking what characters to use, that's not necessarily true, because some of them gain more XP than others. So Eric was actually a higher level than my protagonist for a good chunk of the game. That's why he was always in the party. He was just the strongest guy. Yeah, I don't have a problem with it necessarily, but I wish that there were ways to manipulate stat gain, like in Fire Emblem, you know? If you play the Freelancer, everyone has a chance for all their stats to increase, but if you switch to a warrior or whatever, it'll get rid of their magic scaling, and it's like, okay, you're basically guaranteed to get health and damage stat upgrades. That's how things work in Fire Emblem, and that's good. So you can build people however you want. And it doesn't necessarily lock them into the class when you do that either. Like, I remember Lawrence, I made him like a warrior at first, but late game I turned him into a dark mage. But because he was a warrior at first, he was able to tank attacks. And still do, like, close combat damage, and that worked out really well for him. I need to kill a buck, not a doe.
Yeah.
And, you know, in Octopath Traveler, there was the job system. I don't necessarily like that as much, because you can just switch it out at will, and it doesn't really matter what class you have anymore. Everybody's just whatever job you have equipped. The stats feel very non-permanent with that way of doing things. It's not quite the same as, like, okay, this guy was a warrior, now he'd be a decent barbarian or spell sword. Or this guy was a thief, so he can now become a minstrel or an assassin. It's like, okay, this guy's a warrior, now I feel like making him a wizard, and that sucks. Yeah, I wish there was something along those lines there. There is not. But it's fine. It's okay. I didn't mind it. I just don't feel like I'm playing a role-playing game, you know? I'm just happen to be leveling up and building my character exactly the way the developer wants me to.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude. There we go. Only took me 1,000,000 shots. But only 1 hit. Oh, 2 hits, I guess. I don't even want the meat. Just as bad as the buffalo poachers. The reason they're extinct. People just wanted the hides, they left the meat rotting out in the fields. I don't think they're totally extinct, like, they exist. They're just, like, heavily endangered to the point where they're unlikely to reach a new stable population ever. And we, of course, have the beefalo. Yeah, that thing from Don't Starve, those are real. Power of genetic engineering, baby. You think your McDonald's burger's made of cow? No, it's most likely made of beefalo. It's very much like the KFC chicken myth, but, like, real. It's just a massive cow. Hairy, too, so you can make clothes out of it. What was I saying? Yeah, I didn't feel like I was playing an RPG at all. This was just like a fun game, alright? It was easy, you shut your brain off, you do the things. But, like, nothing I did felt like it mattered, I guess, in terms of gameplay. You fight the enemy, you go, oh look, a jargon. And then you have yourself a giggle, and you kill them. And it's easy. Now, I understand all the normal battles being easy, right? Like, you're doing a lot of these small little battles. They're turn-based, so you're guaranteed to take damage. They can't do too much damage, or it's gonna suck. You're gonna burn through your resources, you're gonna be healing constantly. I get it. But then, like, the boss fights were all too easy, too. Like, Eric has these abilities that are, like, you poison an enemy, right? Okay, that's what you do. He's a thief. Of course he poisons the enemy. But then, he has a follow-up attack you can do that does, like, 5 times the damage to an enemy if it's poisoned. So you do that, like, twice and the boss is dead. And, like, it was just too easy. So then, like, the normal fights are easy, and the boss fights are too easy. There was no challenge for just most of it. Again, in Act 3, the enemies do enough base damage that you will be healing constantly, but you'll also have a ton of mana, so it won't be a big deal. But, like, there is a little more challenge in that, and, like, some enemies even have instant death spells they cast. It's honestly a load of shit, but, people do start dying at least. Where's Fritz? That's Fritz. He's got new clothes on too.
I'm glad you came. Hey, how'd you get so fucked up?
I hear you've got a plan to fleece the local villains.
Be nice, wouldn't it? Otherwise we soon won't have a pot to piss in.
And the innkeeper here could lend a helping hand.
Exactly.
So what's the problem?
He reckons we're not up to it. You should try and talk him into it. You were always good at that. Oh, and tell him I sent you, so he doesn't send you packing.
Do you know how I might set about convincing Andrew?
Mention money.
That's all.
Aye. Our friendly innkeeper's as greedy as they come.
Right.
Goodbye.
Oh! God be with you.
Fritz sent me. I'd like to talk about...
Ah, you'd like some wine from my cellar? I have it right here, in the back.
That's right. Show me the way.
See you later.
This guy looks like he'd drive a NASCAR or something. Built like a racer.
So, Fritz sent you, did he?
Aye. This was his idea.
Look, lad, I'm fond of Fritz. I knew his old man, but Matthew, he's insane. Robbing people.
Only those that deserve it.
And you think his lordship won't mind? Have you any idea the kind of shit you can get into? I don't believe you're up to it.
Why don't you believe us? There's plenty of coin in it, and almost no risk for you.
So, there'd be a share in it for me? Hey,
A
Of
handsome...
course.
we'll see if you're
Handsome
up to
share
it.
of these nuts.
You'll need a disguise.
What disguise?
Use your head. You can never be sure no one will see you.
Yeah, that's true. We'll have to put on some other clothes, or...
Dress up as humans.
What?
It's obvious, isn't it? Everyone knows they're looting. If someone's robbed by humans, no one will investigate.
That's true. But I'll have to get some human clothes.
A captain's. And 3 sets of them.
What?
On account of the helmets. No one will recognize you with them on.
And where the hell am I supposed to get it?
There's gangs of humans around Skeletons. I've got a good idea where to find them from. Passers-by.
I'm supposed to attack a human camp.
A minute ago, you were full of yourself. And now, all of a sudden, you've lost your nerve.
But the whole fucking camp.
Scouts are deserters. Most likely the ones who are trying to skive off or take easy pickings. And even humans have to sleep.
That sounds like work. Didn't you say to go to Scallots? Or go to D. No, I want to see some fighting, right? Yeah. Right, something I forgot to mention, everywhere you go is, like, stereotypy. Everybody has different ways of talking. Like, you go to Nautica, the underwater city, and everyone speaks in rhymes. Or you go to Hato, which is like a Japanese Oriental type of thing, and everyone talks in haikus. In Arborea, everyone speaks in, like, Old English. Place Gondolia is very much Italy, like, it's Venice. Porto Valore is, Spain. Or Puerto Rico, whichever. They both speak Spanish, right? I think so. Now, Puerto Rico is probably more English now, isn't it? Since it's a U.S. territory and all, but... Whatever. Whatever. It's like everything is, like, kind of stereotypical in that sense. Like, it's maybe even a little racist if you want to look at it that way, like Overwatch is. Or G Gundam.
Hé, mit csinálsz?
Michinado, eh?
Véletlenül kibújtál az anyád szoknyája?
Hold on, I want a shield.
Ott ti, látjátok? Ott a... Na bassza meg!
Balsamic vinegar, baby.
Rossz helyen vagy, rossz időben. Istenem! Vigyázz! Van egy a szemetek! Most vége.
Ah, fuck! Ah, fuck! Fuck! Stop! God, it beat my ass so hard I'm turning back into a teenage girl. Alright, that's a head crack, baby. That's why we always go for head hits. Some rare behind attacks. Somebody bled out, apparently. It's Big Million. Man, I just keep accidentally getting Master Strike blocks. Probably because the shield, like, enhances the zone or something. Or maybe that archer's been shooting people for me. My God, you fucking mongrel, get away from me. Beat this dog's ass, dog. God, fucking hills, dude. All my swings miss it. Bro, who thought this was a good idea? Shit. Alright, what were you saying, dog? Gameplay. I talked about the leveling system. Talked about character building, how it's kind of unsatisfying. I didn't talk about the basic gameplay, did I? Ah, shit. Okay, so the combat system, what's unique to this game is you have free-form movement. Like, there's a ring around the enemy that you can walk around in, and you can attack from whatever angle, but your positionment doesn't matter at all. And because of that, the AI does not move at all. They will stand still in a line that they form when you start the battle. And yeah, if you physically dodge an attack, it does not miss. There is literally no point to moving. Which there could be, or they could have done a little more with it, like we mentioned Final Fantasy 11, 12, whichever one the Zodiac Age is. It's been a while. We mentioned that, and that's how combat works in that, more or less. It's like free form, it's still turn-based, but it's active time. Like, if you don't queue up an action before the character's speed stat reaches their next action, they just do an auto attack, and like, no, it's a good system, it works, it's kind of Dragon Age-y, but they absolutely could have done something like that in this game, and it would have been just fine, but they did not. So, like, the whole movement thing, 100% pointless. Just turn it off, switch to battle mode to, like, cool camera mode. Let everyone stand in a line. It's fine. The thing about cool camera mode is, though, the camera angles kind of suck. Like, sometimes it'll put it, like, behind a different character, even though it's someone else's turn, or, like, it'll cut away from the action entirely. The camera will be inside of the character. They just have some really weird camera angles. I guess it's all procedural or something, because they just do not work a lot of the time. But it's still better than pointless movement.
Hey, how'd you get so fucked up?
Even if you choose to stand still with the pointless movement on, you won't know, like, what other characters are doing, unless you have personal control, in which case you can move them around on your own.
I hear you. And
Goodbye.
Which I forgot to mention, you can control the party members, or you cannot. They have AI, and you can, like,
Take care.
you can give them modes, like you tell them to save men or go all out or whatever, fight wisely. Or you can put them under direct command. So, for the most part, because it was so easy, I just left it on auto battle for the party members, like Persona rules. Persona 3 rules, I mean.
So, Fritz sent you, did he?
aye, this was his. What? I'm. But
But, you know, occasionally I take control of them for boss fights, so I can do Eric's wombo combo. The AI is not smart enough to pull off wombo combos, or even use some abilities at all. For example, Jade, the monk character eventually gets this thing called Revamp, which unleashes power. It's just like a super buff. It ups all their stats for a little bit, and they will never use it unless you tell them to. There's no reason for them to not use it. It doesn't cost any mana. They should just do it at the start of every fight, and they don't. And there's not like a gambit system either. Bring up Final Fantasy 12 whatever again. I'm just going to assume it's 12. It could be 11. I have no idea. But, like, there's nothing you can do to give them common commands like that. Like, at the start of battle, cast Revamp. No. There's nothing you can do like that. So yeah, basically whenever you get to like the super bosses, you probably want to switch to full control, just so you can actually play smart. Also, you won't see certain abilities ever if you don't make them do it, because they will use whatever's optimal. I forgot to mention this, but the attack descriptions fucking suck. It'll just tell you this is a 4-hit attack that does minor or massive damage or has increased crit chance. Little do you know that if this attack lands, it will only do minor damage, whereas this one that's just like a normal attack with a chance to stun will do more damage than any other ability you have. Or like with the spells, you'll have like Sizz, Sizzle, and Kassizzle. That's you know, small, medium, heavy, and all it says, it just changes the flavor text. You'll like scorches the enemy in hot flames, blazes the scorches the enemy in blazing hot flames, melts the enemy with inferno. But it doesn't tell you how much damage it might do. There's no prediction of it based on the stats. All you can tell is this costs more mana, it probably does more damage. So they just seem to use whatever is going to be correct. And you don't have, like, health stat on the enemy either. You have no idea how much health they have left, other than that their name text changes to yellow and red when they're getting low. But the AI seems to know exactly how much health they have, because when they see it's red, they'll use one of the low damage attacks instead of the heavy hitting ones. So I don't like that it seems like they know more than me. That kind of pisses me off, to be honest. But again, they're just going to use whatever their strongest attack is most of the time. You, And I have arrows equipped? What's the deal? Oh! I have to rehunt those deer. Fuck. Oh my god, stop.
Riadó! Ott van egy a szemetek közül! Vigyázzatok vele!
I have, like, potions I can use, right? Can't use them in combat, that sucks. And it makes sense, but it sucks. Just play drinking animation or something. Make it interruptible. Yeah, we're probably gonna die again because we fucked this up horribly. Kill me, I don't care, man. Ah, boy. I'll load myself. You guys suck. Right, so battle cam kind of sucks. Attack descriptions really suck. Free movement, cool inclusion, but like I wish they did more with it. Like the AI should at least move around a little, right? Mix it up some, please. You know, they stand there because it's the optimal thing to do. Blood horse. Right, the arrows. Their hunting arrow. Got 40. Their inventory weapons. Better hunting arrows. Alright, let's hunt again. We're gonna, like, save. Or maybe not even do this masquerade thing just yet, because I don't want to redo this. What was I saying? Right. Since we talked about Octopath Traveler not long ago, it doesn't have random battles. When you're in 2D mode, the battles are random, and that blows, right? It's really annoying to take, like, 2 steps and go into a battle, and take 20 steps and go into a battle, and, like, there's seemingly no reason for it. This does not have random battles in the 3D mode. Instead, you can see the enemies on the map, so if you're hunting or trying to grind out a specific enemy, you look for that enemy on the map, and then you go hit them. And yeah, you get the hit, you can do a preemptive attack. I love that. You love to see it. This is how battle should be. And if you're, like, out-level the enemy and you get on your mount, if you just run into them, they will get, like, flung aside, and you'll get experience for killing that one enemy. It's less experience than engaging in the battle because he won't have a group of enemies with him. It will only get the experience for the one, but, like, it's something. It's good that there's a way to avoid battles if the enemy is beneath you. And you even get some experience for it. Like, awesome. Rabbit. You do have a bestiary that tells you what drops from enemies and where to find enemies. So when you're grinding out materials, that's awesome to have. Though it is still, like, digging through menus, which sucks. It's much easier to just Google it, look for the Wikia page. But I appreciate its inclusion in case you feel like Google is cheating. I think Google is speeding, not cheating. There is a horse racing minigame that kind of sucks. You have to do it to get some crafting recipes for some endgame equipment eventually, but like it's there. Occasionally you kill like a shiny enemy and you will be able to mount it. And some of these mounts are useless, like the Slime Knight mount. It gives you a sword that'll auto-kill enemies on the map, but it doesn't have any exploration use. But sometimes you'll get like a skeleton rider, and you get to ride his four-legged skeleton. And that'll let you climb up certain walls. Or there's like an egg robot that you can get inside and it lets you jump really high. Or there's a dragon that lets you fly, of course. Stuff like that. That's cool. Occasionally you'll find like stage hazards and the mounts can help you surpass those as well. So, you know, exploration isn't so bad, and environments are mostly nice. Occasionally you'll find yourself in a dungeon, and it's just like all brick walls, the same tile set repeated over and over, with big empty rooms, not much in the way of decoration. That's lame, but like when you're out in the wild like this, in the forest zones, that's nice. I'm looking for a buck. Right, the crafting system, the fun-sized forge. So you can buy recipe books, or you can get them from doing side quests, or you can find them on bookshelves, you can get them from doing minigames and stuff, and, you know, they get you new recipes. So you can craft weapons, any unique weapons are probably crafted. Occasionally there's stuff locked behind doors that require special items. But you'll be able to craft those eventually too. Even the endgame equipment is all crafted. And there's like a little forging minigame you do with that, which it levels up with your main character, which is cool. So it starts off, you just pound the thing and you're trying to get the heat into the sweet spot, so you need to like pick which kind of pound to use to do different amounts of damage. You raise the temperature to increase the damage as well, or you can lower it to decrease it. And it starts off pretty simple. It gets kind of hard later on, but you know, you unlock more skills, special strikes that hit multiple spots or hit in patterns. Have other effects on them. And your amount of actions you can take increases with your character level, so easy equipment becomes easier, and you'll be able to forge harder stuff that needs more hits. You know, I liked it at first, but towards the end of the game, I did it so much that I was just tired of it. Like, you pretty quickly get to a point where you stop unlocking new abilities for it. And even when you're at max level, it's still very difficult to forge the hardest things, and it's just beyond frustrating. You're relying on RNG to get critical hits and stuff to make it. Luckily, you don't have to succeed to get it crafted. You just eat your materials and you get the basic version if you fail. But you can upgrade it up to +3, which will increase the stats significantly, especially on accessories or anything with a chance-based thing on it. That chance will go up, it'll absolutely skyrocket. So it's important to get the +3 version. And whenever you forge something, you get Perfectionist Pearls, which you can spend to rework items that you already have. Which means you can get them up to +2 or 3 or whatever. To be doing that on everything. And yeah, it was a neat inclusion. It was fun at first, and then you do way too much of it. There's not enough depth to it. So it was cute how the abilities upgrade in the same way as normal spells. Like you get Quadrabash, it hits 4 squares, and you get Quadrabash, it's stronger, it does the same thing. Not all materials can be bought, which is why you have to grind for most of the endgame materials, but stuff that can be bought on the spot. Like, it just takes the money out of your pockets and gives you the material, which is a nice way of speeding things up. Dude, how am I not finding any deer? This is the deer hunting spot. Lastly, there's the mini metal collecting. You just get them for doing things. You smash a pot, oh, what luck, there might be a mini metal inside. Eventually you can turn them in to collect stamps, which will get you equipment. The equipment's usually outdated by the time you have enough stamps to get it, so that sucks, but sometimes they're cosmetics. And, is that a boar? I need to kill a boar. Jesus Christ. Alright, how many boar meats did I even need? This is for Beggar's Feast. We picked this up a long time ago. 25. And Lapotas grow on mine shafts, so I can just stop at one of those. Oh, hey, a rabbit. Dude, getting off this fucking horse makes aiming too hard. Henry's body can only contort reasonably, and then, like, you can't shoot forward on the horse either. Right, I did say cosmetics. There are actually a lot of costumes, and you don't have to pay for any of them. There are DLC costumes, but because this is the definitive edition, you don't have to buy them. Some of them are, like, just recolors, but they're cool recolors at least. I think they put thought into them. But everyone's got a handful of looks to them. At least 3 unique looks, I'd say, with some recolors. And, you know, I love to see that, alright? Normally, characters are stuck with their design because their design has character in it, and that's like Japanese character design 101. That's why you don't normally get appearance-altering armor in RPGs, or JRPGs, I mean. Because their costume has personality. Go down? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, bro. I shot that son of a bitch right in the antlers. He went down in a second. Did I kill enough rabbits? Hare skin, boar meat, and yeah. Woo! I'll call that a W. George W. I should turn in those antlers, or the boar meat, ASAP before it rots. Not sure where to find a cave, honestly. Like, there's that one down there, but I know that one's tiny. I'll check it at least. My best bet. Okay, so I think we've talked about almost everything. I'm not sure what I've missed, but overall it sounds like I shat on the game a lot, right? I don't want it to sound like I didn't enjoy it. Like, I can't stress enough how fun everything feels. It is really just the power of the music and the sound effects and the character designs, just the way everything looks. I had a great time playing it. It was just like, mechanically, it's very simple. It's very easy. I didn't have to strategize too much until I had to strategize too much. Things got difficult. I just feel like there could have been a more balanced ramp to this stuff, you know? Like, the game obviously does have depth in it, but it doesn't encourage you to use it to beat the main game. You can get through it just fine by turning your brain off and auto-attacking or whatever. And from what I've read online, 11 is, like, significantly easier than all the other Dragon Quest games. So maybe the other ones do have depth, but this one, I don't know. And, yeah, again, all the S content, what I believe is the S content, because I can't find online what was actually added. I'm just going off hunches. Definitely not worth it. Lazily written, recycles all the areas a third time. It's like, I wasn't a fan. So, geez. I guess we would give it like an 8 for the base game, and the S, maybe that's even a black mark. It goes down to a 7. Because I'm sure you can find the base game somewhere on, like, a PS4 disc or whatever for cheaper. And that means that I would recommend buying that one if it's available too. Though on Steam, I'm pretty sure you can only buy the newest version. Again, I'm looking forward to the next one. I will play another one. I might even go finish the one I was playing on 3DS at some point, but... I've definitely had better turn-based RPG experiences. Stuff that was less baby brain. And, you know, if they choose to announce Builders 3, I will nut. So, take that for what it is. I know there are other Dragon Quest spin-off games, like, Monsters. I think that's like a Pokemon kind of thing. I have no idea. It might even be a Mystery Dungeon game. There's like a slime game, too. I didn't even talk about the fucking casino. Oh my god. And Builders is great. Just like anything that uses the Dragon Quest IP has the sound effects and the music and the characters, I'm down for it. They have not super impressed me with the main gameplay of the franchise, let's say. Yeah, the casino, I totally glossed over it. Yeah, it's a casino, alright? There's a couple different slot machine games. There's poker. There's roulette. And, yeah, there's, like, a costume. One of the super weapons is locked behind it. There's a few recipe books locked behind it. So you do have to engage. You know what I did? I found one of the normal slot machines. I picked up these here headphones. They're heavy enough to push down a button. I turned on the turbo button on my controller, and I walked away for like 3 hours and just let it win. And I came back, and I had the money I needed. There's a Slime Quest slot machine that's like a video game. The stuff that you win on the thing gets you coins, but it also makes stuff happen in like the screen. And there's a lot of bullshit that goes on in that. And I think it's a fucking scam, alright? Every time I play it, I just, like, I win a little, and then I end up with as much as I started with. Complete waste of time. Do not engage with Slime Quest. Stick to the normal slots. Poker, it's poker, alright? There's a way to win it if you're good, but, like... you don't earn tokens nearly as fast as just playing the slot machine. And then there's roulette. There's actually a side quest that requires you to get a roulette jackpot. And hopefully somebody just said, oh no, but I will explain how you get a jackpot in roulette, alright? So, roulette, they spin a wheel and they roll a ball. Yeah, if the ball lands on one of the numbers that you have bet on, you win. You can bet on as many numbers as you want, so you're most likely going to lose money, right? If you try and do that, I mean, so you're better off sticking to one and just hoping for the best, but, in addition to the ball rolling around and needing to land on your number, or your color, or whatever other thing you chose to bet on, you also need it to land on the spot at the very top of the spinny board, underneath an arrow that says jackpot. So you have a physics ball rolling around as well as the wheel itself spinning, and you need your number to land on there. You need the ball to roll onto that number. I can't explain the math to this, but it is like a bazillion chance of you winning it. It exponentially increases because of the two moving factors. Like, it's already... How many numbers are there? Like 50? We'll say 50 factorial. That's multiplied by every number below it. For the wheel spinning alone. But then you need the ball to roll into it, which can't be mathematically predicted because it's a physics simulation, but we'll say 50 factorial again. So multiply the two numbers together. And I don't even know what the odds of it landing under the arrow are. Probably a third 50 factorial or something like that. Luckily, they gamified it. Apparently, if you bet on 12 and 14, your chance of winning is just significantly higher for some reason. But it was still an absolute load of shit, and I sat there for a couple hours until I just randomly got it. I don't think these cave mushrooms are Lapotas, but I can hope. I can hope that you can buy them. That'd be even better. Oh, there's Lapota. Right, so the casino, I spent, like, way too many hours in there, and I didn't enjoy any of it. But I had to, for completion's sake. Like, I needed to get the costume, and I needed to complete that side quest to get achievements. The recipe books I could have done without, like, you get stronger weapons. But the Girahim Whip, that's one of the upgradable endgame super weapons, so you need to buy that as well with tokens. If you really don't want to do the gambling, you can spend a ton of money to get tokens, but it's like an abysmal exchange rate. So I would not recommend doing that. Not real world money, I mean like in-game gold. Which, yeah, you actually do buy equipment most of the time, early on at least, so you won't be swimming in gold. You buy the materials for crafting at the very least, or more perfectionist pearls. There is a place you can buy them from eventually.
Yeah.
Right, so that's that's probably everything there is to say about 11 Echoes of an Elusive Age Definitive Edition. Mouthful. Not worth. If you play the base game, fun. Alright, maybe even start Act 3 to get a happier ending when you do the time skip stuff, but like, the whole rest of it, the whole grind fest, and like recycling content, that's not fun. Oh, I forgot to mention, it took me about 120 hours. It took me 70 to beat the base game, I think, like, to kill the big bad at first. I did that around 70 hours. So, an additional 50 hours tacked on by Act 3. 50 hours of grinding and recycling content. And yeah, that is in fact longer than Persona 5 for comparison. Persona 5 took me about 115 hours. I think 5R comes out on PC sometime this month. I don't know if I'm going to play that right away, but I'm definitely going to pick it up at some point, because I have not played Royal yet. And God, it has been a long time, actually. Like 5 to 6 years old at this point. I think I played it at launch. I hate walking around in the dark, dude. Take me to this fucking bridge, okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
He's not the red A. He is the green A. And the green B. Whatever. He's at the refugee camp, I assume. Kunesh. Not Alex.
Shit. Sod off.
Fuck you. Fine, we have a personal bed right over here. Do I have anything I need to put away? A commemorative bailiff mace? Ah. Are you fucking kidding me? My boar meat rotted? Bro, suck my cock. My boar meat rotted because Alex didn't want to wake up. Still doesn't want to wake up. What a piece of shit. Fucking take it. I don't care. Shit. I'll find a boar somewhere. Just you watch. Shoot that son of a bitch right in the skull. It's not too far. It's only in Neuhof. Take the back exit. I knew that was a possibility. I didn't think they would actually rot in one day. That's kind of ridiculous. I mean, it's realistic. It's just raw meat sitting in your bag, but come on. This is a video game, people. I could have even dropped it in the freaking storage chest and it wouldn't have rotted, but I don't have a save to reload from to do that. There's Neuhof already, baby. Fastest horse in the land. Call him Pebbles because he kicks up the pebbles in your mouth when you're eating his dust. Can't do nothing about his low stamina though, honestly. I should get a better horse. And we'll buy one when we build the stables. I don't want shit from Neuhof. That horse was slow as fuck. Didn't have stamina either. It was worse than Pebbles. Any boar boys around? You can tell this is a boar hunting spot because it looks like ass. This is what pigs do, they ruin the environment. That's why they would only exist in a domestic form for us to eat. Because they are like really powerful, they're tanky as fuck. They're strong as fuck with their big ass tusks. And yeah, they just destroy the environment like nobody wants them around. They also breed like rabbits, like they are out of control. Hey, baby, let's go. I mean ruin the environment. I don't just mean they create mud pits and destroy trees, which they absolutely do, but they like kill all the animals too because they're carnivores or they're omnivores. They'll eat anything, even other pigs, but you know, they just eat out of control, and there's nothing challenging them.
Yeah.
They're actually stuff you're encouraged to kill on sight. Like coyotes, those are assholes. You usually get paid to kill them even without a permit. You don't need tags for them. Always horse shit on the road, dog. Why does anybody, like, pull them over to the side? Don't carry a bucket around to pick it up, either. Like the scumbags who leave their dog shit all over the park. Or even worse, the guy who walks their dog into the neighbor's lawn. I know some dogs are like that. They have a preferred place to shit because they don't want to ruin your yard, but like the person doesn't pick it up. I don't understand why they don't just use litter boxes like cats. Like your poop's different, the litter box just dries it out. Like, that's what it's for. Alex, you alive? Hell yeah. Finally brought you that meat, dude.
I brought that game for
Meat you were sleeping on.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, you can have that one for free, yeah. Oh, okay.
Thanks, Henry. We'll get lots of supplies for this. Another order. The master armorer is mounting a banquet, and he wants to serve venison and cream sauce.
Oh, right, I get it. Hunt down a deer, milk a cow, and skim the cream. Wouldn't he like me to churn some butter to cook it in while I'm at it?
Just the venison will do, thanks. God be with you.
You know we're gonna hunt that deer, right? It's because we have to enlist the Scouts refugees to work at Pribyslavitz, right? I said last time I was concerned that would cancel the Beggars Feast quest because all of them would have a home and move out, but I doubt they'd do me like that. But I also... This has to be like the last part of this, you know? So that's what we're gonna do. Go hunt some deer, baby.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we were talking about survival games earlier, right? And my brother did make a good point that we were playing too many of them. See, he is an RPG guy, right? He likes playing stuff like this. And it just so happens that most RPGs that are co-op that come out now are also survival games. And there's like, it's becoming a little oversaturated. He doesn't like that they're all grind fest. Like, Outward, that's an awesome co-op experience. We loved that. And I think maybe sometime this month or next month, The Last Aura Crew is coming out. We're really looking forward to that as well. It looks like kind of a Dark Souls combat thing, but it has actual role-playing mechanics and leveling up and stuff. Like, it's a little more of what we wanted out of Outward. Outward's a very unique game, and it's not quite what we wanted, but it was still very awesome. But yeah, that one has split-screen co-op as well. Anyways, one, why are survival games, like, blowing up? That's, like, a trend. Two, if you're looking for, like, your niche market, please make more split-screen co-op games. And, you know, make it not a survival game, alright? There you go, easy money, easy clap. Because all we have are party games and survival games. There's no one making, like, Gauntlet anymore. And I have seen, like, a couple co-op platformers, but those are kind of stupid because you just, like, you do the thing, and then you have to wait for the other guy to do the thing. And, like, I guess you could race each other, and that becomes, like, a bit more of a competitive thing, but that kind of ruins the point of it being co-op. Oh, we have It Takes Two installed. We still need to play It Takes Two.
Yeah.
Speaking of cooperative platformers, like, I'll let you know how that works out. I know that you guys, like, solve puzzles together, and that makes it work, but something like Sackboy's Adventure, I know that one's coming to PC soon. It looks like a fun game, but you also, like, there's no point of the other players being there. You just kind of are together.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, like, come on, guys. Give us more co-op games, yeah? You're playing with your friend, it makes the game funner. You're playing with them on the same couch, there you go, you have yourself a party. You don't even have to make a good game, alright? Just give us more stuff to play, and make it not be a survival game. I really am looking forward to finishing Force of Nature 2, though. Because then I get to do a co-op review. Obviously, I don't let my brother in here because we're both foul mouths and I don't want to get freaking banned for him saying the bad words that I've definitely almost or have dropped a couple times. And I've cut them out of the VODs. I'm trying, I swear. I'm a normal human being. I definitely say stuff, alright? Kids listen to the rap music, which gives them the brain damage, you see? But, you know, I get to talk about it from that perspective, because whenever I watch reviews, everybody's just like, oh yes, I'm a gamer, I don't have friends. And yeah, that's very much true. But I do have a brother.
Yeah.
And, you know, I just think that that helps give me, like, it puts more value on the video or the review or whatever. Having the actual user perspective of something. Like the girlfriend reviews channel, awesome, because it's all backseat gaming reviews, even when the boyfriend's doing the reviewing. So unlike my sister, she didn't play video games for a very long time, but she always watched me play. And like, when she finally started playing, she's like, I want to play Mario, I want to play Zelda, because those have the best presentation from a backseat gamer's perspective. Those seem the most appealing to her. And like, you see, that's an important perspective that you need to capitalize on with some of these things. Like Dragon Quest, that's probably awesome for backseat gaming. But like, as the player, I wasn't super in love. Am I out of arrows? No, I'm close though. I'm getting off this fucking horse. Did it last time, I do it again. I don't even know if this will give me venison or not. Like, this is a doe. It's supposed to be raw meat, right? No? Alright, cool. Well, those other deer, they can run away with all the meat still on them. How much do I need? 40. Alright, let's get that marker off the map so it stops distracting me, and we go to the green A.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh. Did that road just lead me to nowhere? I should really stop sprinting. You're going downhill, dog. Oh, that looks steep. Walk. Come on, Pebbles, you can do it. You know that feeling when you're driving down like a really steep hill and like the wind just goes up your ass and makes your whole spine tingle. That's a good feel. We call that the butthole relax. It's not even wind, I don't know what it is. It's like a gravity sensation. Or maybe like the blood rushing down your head because you're changing elevation so quickly. Whatever it is. It's great. I live on a mountain, so there's certain roads I look forward to going down.
Want to earn a bit of coin?
Hell no.
Come on then. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
No! Clumsy idiot!
Yeah. Why don't you kill a bandit carrying buckets, loser?
Take care.
Thanks.
See you later. See you later.
I need to kill roe. I know I killed a doe, but apparently roe deer meat is in fact its own thing, and that means I have to go here. Tight. Wonder if I can even sell this. It's technically stolen.
I hope I can... Good luck to you.
Take all these cave mushrooms. I don't want them. You need deer meat. Hopefully you buy that. Take this grand bassinet. I ain't gonna wear it. Woman's boots. Aren't I supposed to be wearing those? All those. What boots am I wearing? Am I even wearing shoes? Do I got two of the same like plate on or what? Oh, I got the red things. I got the warhorse greaves. I can sell these riveted. I don't think I'm wearing shoes, man. Weird. Oh, you know what? You know what? These warhorse greaves probably take both slots. So that means... What, am I losing speed? 15 armor? as opposed to this, which there is a speed stat, right? Yeah, 22. Not losing speed, but they do have more charisma. 20, 10. And what's in the basket? These only take 1 slot, and they have 13. And more charisma. Maybe I should be wearing those then, still. I didn't even notice that when I put them on, but I guess these have the boots attached. Interesting.
Let's have a word about the price.
Well,
Here.
my word. Thank you kindly.
Did I just give him money? He didn't have money? So confused. Like, I thought he didn't have enough, but... Yeah, he has no money, dog. Fuck! I can't even reload to the save because then I have to go hunt that boar again. I don't want to do that. Go hunt the roe. Whatever, we just lost like 260 or some such. There's probably like a 1,000 gold sale. Ah! Right, and then the armor thing. So, we equip the riveted and the noble shoes. And the warhorse greaves. Take both slots. Yeah. I want the charisma. Very charismatic guy, alright? Charisma's important. We're starving now, I forgot to eat. Alright, so there was roe in here. I think that's one right there, actually, a little baby boy. This must be like veal, like you gotta kill a baby deer. Just put a hunting spot on a steep-ass mountain with some thick-ass trees. Exactly where you want to be moving. Try to shoot up a fucking hill, are you kidding me? I lost them. is it? Almost midnight. Guess that means we didn't get much done this session, huh? Are we at 3 hours exactly now? Yeah. Sucks. And we talked about Dragon Quest has probably slowed things down, but come on, man, the last two were so productive. God damn it. Stop with the flashing. Probably reshape doing that, honestly. Because of the rain or something. Oh my god. I think that was a hit, but it probably takes two. And there are a lot of factors to this. Sometimes you can't use the bow, sometimes you can't use the arrow, sometimes the arrow is too cheap for the bow, and that throws off the accuracy as well. If you're using an ice bow, you have to use nice arrows or it doesn't work anymore. Then there's also your skill level, and like, I don't know if I'm just using shitty arrows or what, because when I was using the long distance ones, those ones were hitting. And obviously those are for long distance, but like, I figured they'd be less accurate at short range. Goes to the horse. He's back on. Alright, killed a roe. I gained a level in hunting a while ago. Husk. Awful from hunted game. Is it awful or awful? More damage to animals. They bleed out, it doesn't really matter. Nice. See, that would have been great to have a second ago. In a level of vitality. Seems I can read that book finally. Marathon Man? You can dispel hunger with anything, won't suffer from eating poison splattered food, nor will have any positive effects from it, does not apply to alcohol. Run slower but keep it up longer. Right, so we got Sprinter already. And these are supposed to be exclusive perks, like you're not supposed to be able to mix them. But the Blood and Iron perk module says that you can mix them and get like a unique perk that has about half the effects from each. And I'm not entirely sure if I even want that, to be honest. Like, I just want a faster sprint. I'm not too concerned with the stamina cost. Like, this should give me 10% move speed altogether, and 10% less stamina cost. Is that enough? Or do I just want to move faster? And this, it removes positive effects from food. Does that mean I don't get the dietary benefits anymore? Like, I think that that's supposed to be an exclusive thing as well. I don't know. I'm not sure I'm gonna take those.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're still going to make our way back up to Pribyslavitz. I want to do that at least, get that started. That means that we're on for another hour, so be it, but I'm aiming for like a half hour.
Yeah. Yeah.
Christ, that was a loud door slam.
Yeah.
Where's Alex?
Yeah. Yeah.
I've got that game meat for you.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks, Henry. We'll get lots of supplies for this. I've got another order for you. The merchant Hagen has a family wedding, and he wants to serve wild boar cooked in wine.
I'm sure he can get his own wine.
Of course, just the boar.
All right.
I
feel quite hungry.
Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, alright, you know what? The sprinting it does cost quite a bit. We're gonna get that middle boy stat, alright? I don't know about human dustbin, but... So, the reason you'd want to move fast is, of course, for just general movement. And it can have some combat use, but you've seen us fight, like... One, we're almost at the point where we can hold our own. Two, sprinting is kind of difficult to do, even if you are trying to run away. And, like, we still do move 10% faster, at least, so it's something. Enough to put distance between you and the other guy, at least. But early game, that was huge. Now we have a horse. We can just move fast on that whenever we need to. Right, food. That's what I was looking for. There's a pot over here. Okay, how are we on nourishment? 71. You can eat from the other pot, too. Alright, now we need to pull out more hunting arrows. Take, like, 10, I don't know. Maybe equip them. We get on our damn horse and we make our way back to Neuhof. This better be the last one, dude. I know I did at least 3 of them before these last 2 we did.
Yeah.
And I didn't remember there being so many. I understand if this is like a Radiant quest, it's a fine Radiant quest. I see this listed under task, but I'm pretty sure there's an end to it. And also, they're all voiced. And like, what else do I use the hunting skill for, huh? Making money, that's what. We need that capital to dump into the new place anyways. Savage. It's raining sideways. Huh, there are little splashes. Surprised it actually has a direction like that. Like, it's pretty common for rain to just be a filter they put over the camera. It's not actually in the world space at all. Because you can only see through your eyes. There's no point having all these particle effects all over the world. And, like, looking off in the distance like that, it's totally possible that's what's happening. But, like, I think it's a real particle effect on the character, at least. If it's not over the entire game world. Anyways, when they use that approach, there's usually not any ground splashing. It just kind of falls through the floor.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, there's that popular mod for Skyrim called Rain. I think it's just called like Real Rain, maybe even True Storms. Wonders of Weather, that whole package of bullshit. That one adds actual rain all over the world into the game. Whereas in the base game, it is in fact that filter that I was talking about. In addition to all kinds of clouds and thunderstorms and stuff. Different kinds of lightning. So, like, forget about texture packs. Stuff like that's what adds life to the world. That's why I like seeing it.
Yeah.
Climb over the log. Come on. Jumping. Wonder if that boar I killed's still here. Nah. Probably unloaded with the chunk. Oh, hey. Yo, sons of bitches. I'm supposed to be less skittish. Maybe it's because I make a lot of noise in my clanky armor. I think I hit him. That one on the right. I've got like 2 of these things tagged. One more hit should do it on one of them. I think that was a kill. Right, how much do I need? Like 40? Is that right? I only need 25. Let me just graft this meat back onto this boar's stomach. I need to get rid of 15. Alright, green A. Back we go. I didn't have to find mushrooms that time, that was annoying. The guy didn't even give me a good hint. He said it grows on the side of mine shafts. Like, I thought he meant the walls. Not, like, literally on the side of the outside.
God save you.
God save you, Henry.
I've got that meat for you here.
Great. Let's have a look at it. Thanks, Henry. We'll get lots of supplies for this. I think we'd better quit while we're ahead. The Master Huntsman has got wind that something's up and the burghers are getting nervous. But you helped us a lot, Henry. Thank you.
You're welcome. Come and see me if you ever need anything else.
I will.
I will.
Take care.
Did that very seductively.
Hmm?
What do you guys think? An assy nose or what? Alright, let's finally figure out what we need for this. Talk to the Rattay Bailiff. And we'll turn in those other quests when we get back to Talmberg. The town of Berg.
Yeah.
And he's probably upstairs in his office. Can't see. Thank you, Torch. Oh, you're the bailiff, you got a fancy hat.
I have a document for you from Sir Divish. It concerns the renewal of Pribyslavitz.
The village you drove those bandits out of?
The very same.
Yeah.
So it's true then. Good. Good. Let me see that document then.
Here it is.
So what have we here? It says I should announce that anyone interested may move to Pribyslavitz to live and work. And Sir Radzig and Sir Hanush also give their consent. In that case, let's not waste any time. Come along with me. God be with you.
Be with you, Henry. Get these bums off my streets. To repair my equipment while we're here. Bandages. Armor's kit. Still need the cobbler boots. And the blacksmith kit. And the Zakera kit. Yeah. Things last you a good long time. I wish I remembered how to RP walk. I'll have to get into sneak mode and look all suspicious. And then I think I still outpace them. Ding, ding. Who's ready to get their ass beat, people? Alright. Right, you filthy lot. Name's Henry of Scallots. I best you handedly. Will you come work for me? By the way, I'm taking your coin. Like 4 people came. I wonder why you always feel out of the loop. It's because this is what City Hall meetings are like.
Hear ye, hear ye. It is hereby announced, in the name of Sir Hanush and Sir Divish, that you, the citizens of Ratai, as well as those who have found temporary refuge here, are permitted to move to the hamlet of Pribyslavitz to the north of Talmberg Castle, wherein you shall be vouchsafed a new life and new dwellings, providing that you shall contribute to the renewal of the hamlet. All those who choose to accept this offer shall be exempted from payment of taxes for a period of 5 years. They shall be permitted also to make use of timber from the surrounding woods and water from the streams. The hamlet of Pribyslavitz lies in the domain of Sir Divish of Talmberg, and all who settle there shall be duty-bound to him. It is furthermore hereby announced that Henry of Skalitz is appointed to the administration of Pribyslavitz and the office of bailiff therein, which office and privilege have been conferred upon him by Sir Divish for loyalty and services rendered. I would therefore recommend that our Skalitz friends consider this offer very seriously, as nothing better is likely to come your way anytime soon.
That's a fucked up way to end it, but alright. Just want them off your streets. Place to call home. Talk to Master Marius back at Yep, that tracks. Mm-hmm. So, they get 5 years with no taxes, as well as permit to take timber and water. And they're guaranteed a new life. I'm not sure what that means. Like, maybe their crimes are wiped clean or whatever. And it sounds like a pretty sweet deal, honestly. Like, obviously it's going to be a lot of work. And you're gonna have to build your own house, probably. But, like, 5 years is a long time. And if you're permitted to take wood and stuff tax-free, you can just, like, stockpile mountains of wood. So even after that 5-year period, you're selling the wood, or you're set for the winter, and you don't have to work so hard every year. Even if you don't want to, like, cut down trees, because that's dangerous, you can find little shit like this, cut it down, little bushes, branches, just chop it off.
Yeah.
I'd take that deal. But these people are also signing up to play a survival game.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they're so popular. Because, you know, the densest populations are in cities. They see the novelty of camping and stuff. Farming. Farm games are picking up too, of course. You Stardew Valley, you're like, oh, it looks so relaxing. I wish I could own a farm. But for someone like me who does not live in a city, like, yeah, camping's fun, but, like, it's nothing too out of the ordinary. I've got woods in my backyard. I can go walk around them if I want. It's really just the whole sleeping outside in a tent, getting mauled by a bear, eating schmoes on a campfire. Like, there's still a little novelty there, but, like, half the experience is already daily life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, that really took the whole day, huh? Sun's setting already. That's a shame. Is this the green inn? Yeah. We close. Green A is Black Lucash, but, like... Oh, Hare Hunt. I thought I had that tracked. Oh, I see, that's the wrong one. I know, skin. Thought it was weird that it wasn't marked. I'm just supposed to talk to villagers. This guy probably even knows something about the poachers. He's gonna tell me, yeah, his name's Henry of Skalitz. I'm like, oh, not me, you fool. I got the other people trying to put me out of business. Alright. Calm down, you automobile. Is he taking a bath?
Yeah.
One of them bathhouse wenches? You one of them bathhouse wenches? You got the milkmaid, you got the old nun. You got the... baker? I don't know. You got the MILF. You got all
You
the...
there? Are you going to hang around here gaping like a...
And gaping at that massive cock, bro. Nice.
I've got those hides you wanted.
Now that's what I call quality. That'll do me just fine. Here, you've earned a bit of coin.
I heard you have poacher trouble.
Certainly do. They're running wild around here. And they kill a lot more than they take. Many a time I've seen a carcass just thrown in a ditch.
Why would someone just toss their catch in the woods? It doesn't make sense.
The wagging tongues say they're just doing it to spite the huntsman.
Or they're humans and they're trying to starve the village.
Do you have any idea who the poachers could be?
If I knew, the bastards would be strung up by now.
Don't tell me you've heard nothing at all.
Well, I did hear that Thomas, that fellow who works at the bathhouse, was mouthing off recently, saying he'd go and bag himself some game and lay on a right feast for the village girls.
I see. Has anyone seen those poachers with their own eyes?
No, just the dead game they leave behind. But Blacksmith Betty saw some goings-on in the woods.
Goings-on? What's that supposed to mean?
Well, that's what she said, and I ain't one to pry.
Why would anyone want to take revenge on the huntsman?
He's not the best-liked man in the village. We all know that. And then there are those who say Hannikin Hare is back.
Hannikin Hare?
Who's Hannikin Hare?
You're not from around here, are you? The Hare's quite the Talmberg legend. He used to be master huntsman here once, but then he ran off.
Why did he run?
Well, it just so happens I know the answer to that. Some big important nobleman came to Talmberg around then, and they made a grand occasion of it. And in the midst of it all, Hare had a falling out with some man-at-arms and knocked him in the moat. The poor bugger broke his neck. They picked the Hare up, but before they could take him before the court, he vanished.
Damn.
Why take revenge on Master Huntsman Nicholas?
because of Nicholas's wife, Margaret. Hare had his eye on her back then, but she didn't care for him and he was fuming. Well, and after he disappeared, Nicholas got his post.
It's because the job was open, right? They're obviously doing the same things.
Where did he run to?
No one really knows. They say he's hiding in secret tunnels beneath the castle, but that's all fairy tales. It's been years. As I see it, he's underground all right. 6 feet down and cold.
I want to ask about something else. Thanks. That's all I need to know. Couldn't you use some hides?
I need the hide of a sturdy roebuck. There's a wealthy merchant after one to hang on his wall. As if anyone would believe he bagged it himself.
Oh shit, I've got
those
hides.
You wanted.
Now that's what I call quality.
Good thing you didn't have the money to
That'll do.
sell it.
That's fine. Here, you've earned a bit of...
Couldn't you use some hides?
I'm in need of boar hides, believe it or not. They don't make very good leather, but the cobbler uses it to make cheap shoes. And there's a lot of demand before autumn. Goodbye.
If you don't stop staring.
Take care.
I only have one. Cool. There's that lout Thomas about, but we don't need to talk to him. We just gotta go to this green A, and then we can go up to Pribyslavitz. Christ.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ben's got a lot of land all to himself. Nothing suspicious about that. I call you Black Lukesh if you're white.
I was beginning to worry you'd got lost in the forest.
Actually, how do you earn that name? Or are you shady or what?
No need to worry. I would have come back sooner, but it seemed a long way to go for just the one.
Well, so you're keen on hunting. I like that, lad. So give me the trophy, and the first task of your trial is done.
The first task?
Well, there was only one to begin with, but then I thought you could do something else for us.
I see.
You're be paying
What
task.
to do next? Kill a dragon? Catch a water sprite?
Hilarious. Better listen up, lad. Nicholas the huntsman has a very fine old hunting horn. But we'd like Nicholas better without any horns. Understand?
Wait. What's all this about?
Nothing to worry yourself with now. Get the horn, and we'll have a bit of fun.
All right. So where is this horn?
Sometimes he carries it with him. It is a badge of office, after all. But I don't suppose he sleeps with it. Best to go at night and have a look around his lodge.
Supposed to take his badge of office? Come on.
The castle. Come
Can't
back
do
to me
that.
as soon as you've got the horn. I can't wait to see the look on Nicholas's face.
Right. I'll get to it.
Glad to hear it. Good luck.
I think he means like a drinking horn. Remember I was talking about the flagging accessory that should exist? Drinking horn's another option. It doesn't just have to be a cup. You can get like one that's made of dragon horn or something. You drink wine out of it. Gives a little mana regen to your potion or whatever. Fire resistance, whatever makes sense for a dragon.
Yeah.
You can't tell, I would obviously really love to make an RPG someday. You know, that's obviously a lot of work. I wouldn't be doing that as a solo project. I am, however, playing like this indie as fuck, kinda crappy game. Yeah, we'll probably talk about like in a week or two, because I think I'm almost finished with it. But you know, I have a lot of respect for it despite all the jank. Yeah, we'll have that. We'll have more on that discussion when we do that. I don't want to spoil the surprise. Dog, I got so many ideas, alright? Probably not enough for a whole game's worth of content, quest-wise, and like, you gotta build this whole ass open world, and that's shitty. There's so much work making all the armors and stuff, unless you don't want to do that, in which case you made yourself a bad RPG, probably. Like Skyrim, how many armor sets are there? You got like leather, fur, elf, dragon skin, glass, iron, steel, Daedric, dragon bone, the dwarven stuff. And there's like faction specific here for some of the things, like the Nightgale armor and the vampire clothes. There's not very much armor variety in Skyrim, and it made it feel bad. Even worse that they took out stuff like greaves, the pants, and like shoulder pads and stuff. That all became one piece. It like gets rid of a lot of character customization, whereas in Morrowind it was overkill and you can like mix match individual gloves.
If I want to leave the province, I'll have to get permission from Sir Radzig.
And knee pads and shoulder pads, and you have one or you can have both. You can get them all from different sets. Still, I think visual progression is relatively important.
Hey, get out of here! This is no place for the likes of you.
Maybe even like a harsh degradation system, you know? Like, I know the weapons constantly breaking in Breath of the Wild was really annoying, but like, with armor, I've had this helmet for a while, I've had these gloves since like the start of the game. And you get the best thing and then you just keep it, and I don't know, it kind of devalues everything else. There's no reason to go back and use other things. So you either need to have a massive variety that will encourage you to switch eventually, or have like a harsh braking system to the point where you carry multiple sets or something. Or maybe eventually it's damage beyond repair. Like, it's not just dented, it breaks, it gets a hole in it. Maybe only if you wear it until it breaks to 0 durability or something. That'd probably make Breath of the Wild more tolerable, honestly, if you had a repair option. Just pay a couple roops. Here we got to work cutting down the trees. I didn't even recognize the place. I'm really curious to see what they do in Tears of the Kingdom. They still aren't clear how you pronounce it. They tried to clarify in a tweet, but the tweet is in text. It wasn't like a video reply. No, it's not tears. It's tears. Or tears. Who knows? I want to assume that it's tears because they didn't air it in the UK because of the death of the Queen. Like, they'd think that the kingdom is crying, but, it'd be tears. Anyways, I'm curious to see if they implemented what I just said, like a repair system, or if they got rid of the durability, or they made it less harsh. Because it's obviously a point of contention for almost everyone who played the game.
Welcome back. What news from Ratai?
Well, the bailiff read Sir Divish's decree, and now I'm officially bailiff of Pribyslavitz.
Then allow me to congratulate you. What will be your first step?
First, actually, I'm not quite sure. What would you recommend?
As it happens, I already sought a few things in your absence. You might have noticed that the first people have come from Ratai.
Yeah, I saw some heading here right away.
So when they arrived, I was able to start clearing building plots with them. After they'd erected some temporary dwellings, that is.
Mm-hmm.
How do I choose what to build where?
I've already given it some thought on your behalf. I even wrote it all down in the accounts ledger. Everything will be recorded there. I'll make a note of every change as we proceed.
Thanks. That'll be a big help. And where can I find this book?
It will always be kept at the Rat House.
I'm expecting to pick stuff out of a list. It'd be cool if I could pick where the buildings go, but it'd also be, like, kind of daunting. And be concerned about, like, land real estate. You either give me the most detailed building system or, like, a shitty one. I don't want the middle ground.
What about the workers' wages and buying materials for artisans?
The money must be put in the trunk here. The expenditures for wages and materials will be taken from it, so you should keep it topped up to prevent delays. It reminds me, there's the matter of my own pay to be resolved.
Yes, of course.
Sir Divish guaranteed me a fixed income. What's more, this job is an exceptionally big one.
I see. How much are you thinking?
I have a record of payment here somewhere. Here it is. Let's say 1/4 more than that.
I can't afford that much. At least not now, right at the start. But I do need your help. How about this much?
That's a fair offer. It seems we understand each other. I agree.
Good. I'll put your wages in the trunk too. Are you sure it's quite safe?
Quite. Only you and I shall have a key and access to the trunk. Besides, we'll have guards on watch here.
That's reassuring.
That's about all to begin with. If you need any more details, I'll be happy to explain things to you.
Alright.
So, how am I doing with the village?
Let's see. You're still far from having the income you need to make the village prosper. Well, the village isn't ready yet for the expansion Sir Divish is planning. The church is still in ruins. Doesn't create a good impression. We're on the right track, but we haven't reached the end yet.
All right, I'll get stuck in.
We haven't done anything.
Could you explain something to me? Nothing, actually.
Alright, let's
I want
build.
to build something.
Certainly, Master Bailiff. What's it to be?
Wow. Did he just submit? Need bakery, get some economy, yeah. I think we should get the house
Let's
of
start
God up.
repairing the church.
It's impossible. Check what you need in the ledger.
Huh. Raiders store. And yeah, that'd be a good start, actually. Woodcutters camp.
We'll need
Probably first
woodcutters
thing.
to ensure timber supplies for building.
It's impossible. Check what you...
Hey, why don't you tell me?
I'd rather not.
Alright, I'll check the ledger. He probably just needs me to put a ton of money in. Temporary rat house. The laborers camp. Housing, I guess. It's 10 gold a day. We have no gold. 100% rep. Village income 120. 7 people. We're losing 12 coins a day. Oh, that's our objective, to make 120. Right now we have no income. Okay, well. How do I groschen? Drop like a fat fowl. $15.40. How's that? Call me Daddy Moneybags.
I want to build something.
Certainly, Master Bailiff.
We'll need woodcutters to ensure timber supplies for building.
It's impossible.
What?
I'd rather not.
Do I have to buy the supplies individually? Doesn't it just do it for me? I didn't even know I can turn the pages in this, honestly. I didn't try. Got a beautiful little drawing. I'm assuming this is going to update based on what we have. It's a simplified view. Basic structure, locator, wages. I pay him 8 coins an hour. Kinda fucked up. Oh, a house for me. Cost 5,000. You see, this sucks. Why can't I, like, bookmark? Am I not pushing R? Oh, I see. It bookmarks a page for me to turn to from later on, I guess. That's the overview page. Like, there's not a glossary? Is that the thing that tells you the chapter names? Like... In my time at Porsche, they have a book that you build your things from, right? But because it's so slow to turn pages like this, they have like a list view you can view instead. With like a scroll wheel. And then you pick that and it'll automatically open to that page in the book to tell you what you actually need to build it. We have the laborer camp, we need 25,000. So... is it just that I didn't put in enough money? I guess. You guys said it would cost thousands, tens of thousands. I was expecting smaller numbers than that, dog. Woodcutter camp.
Who are you?
Shut up! Fine, yeah. Okay, so we can get the camp up into beehives. Everybody likes honey. Make meat out of the honey. So that's economics. Get the drink and we get to cut trees. And, you know, probably to serve beehives, get some surplus honey, and get the drunk lumberjacks cutting down trees to impress the ladies. That's how it goes.
I want to build something.
Certainly.
Attract some Vikings, they know how to use an axe. They love mead.
We'll need woodcutters to ensure...
Very well. Come along with me.
Hey!
Once we're there, I'll oversee the building, so they don't botch anything.
Oh, is that it? Is it built? Oh. Getting up? Do I have to walk with them there? Come on, Marius. Giddy up, Buttercup. Friendly pat on the ass. Thick ass. This it, dog?
We're gonna build here?
Yes. Shall we get started?
Alright.
I'm ready.
I'll just quickly check again that we have everything we need.
Money?
We've still got the means. We'll get stuck in then.
2 days later. Wow, people cutting wood. Technology. Eating soup filled with sawdust. Get the little tents dug underground that they all like to sleep in for some reason. Ah! What a weird looking saw. What are the strings for? Is that like a dampening technology? Get rid of the vibrations up top? Let it vibrate out? Obviously not for people to grip, you'll get freaking rope burn. It's got handles on the side already. Hasta Maris?
So, how...
Let's see. You're still... Check. We're on the right...
Alright.
Right,
I want to build...
Certainly.
Let's get that beehives up.
Around, we ought to keep bees here. There's always a demand for honey.
I said, people love honey.
That should do it.
Honeys to get the
Everything
honeys.
we need to start building. Come with me.
Of course, it's really sugary. These people don't have, like, toothpaste, do they? Probably wash their mouth out with alcohol or something. Or mint leaves? I think we just use mint. They have bath salts, so, like, they have some understanding of what soap is, right? Wine is relatively easy to get. A lot of soap and shampoo is just like boiled fat from pigs. They get glycerin, bubble soap. Also explosive, of course. I wonder what medieval dental care was like.
We're gonna build here?
Indeed.
Look it up.
Can we begin?
Yes.
I'm ready.
Pretty close to the town.
Again, that we have everything we need. All good. We can start construction.
Google, what we got? Medieval. Dental hygiene? Wow, bees. Oh wow, these pictures look straight out of the game, dog. What do we got? They would rub their teeth and gums with a rough linen. Alright, so like a bristle brush, basically. Take a piece of rough cloth. Recipes have been discovered for pastes and powders that might have applied to the cloth to clean and whiten teeth as well as freshen breath. Some pastes were made from ground sage mixed with salt crystals. This all sounds like it still probably damages your teeth, but I guess it would keep it from rotting for some time. And the blacksmith pulls your bad teeth too, of course. We've heard them talk about that in the game. Non-invasive treatment. Cures for toothache and toothworm based on herbal remedies, charms, and amulets. Jesus Christ. Bloodletting was advised. Yeah, when you get gingivitis, your gums get swollen. They just like poke a hole in it and drain it, I guess. Yuck. Ancient Egyptians constructed crude toothbrushes from twigs and leaves. Romans, Greeks, and Arabs and Indians also did the same. Huh. Doesn't sound like there's much in the way of toothpaste, just like salt. The sterilizer, I guess, like it'll kill the bacteria by drying it out. Wow, bees. I love bees. A lot of people freak out when they see them, but I know that bees are good-natured creatures. It's the hornets and the yellow jackets you gotta look out for, because those are attack types. The hornets don't even do suicide when they kill you, they just fucking sting because they can. They're assholes. I have made a mistake of stepping on a bee before, though. And yes, it did get its stinger stuck in my foot, and it fucking sucked. I didn't intentionally stomp on it, I was just walking around. It happened to step on a flower. How much money we got left? Not a lot. Build more stuff, we have money. Whatever, man. Okay, I'll give them all my money. I don't use it for nothing. I have my repair kits.
I want to build.
Certainly.
And the tavern, right? That's our three-part plan, right? We got the drunk lumberjacks, we got the honey to make the ale, to make the mead. Now we need a place for them to drink it.
No, we don't have a tavern here yet. People need to wash the dust down after a hard day's work.
It's impossible.
Wash the sawdust down.
Check what you need in the lead.
I'd rather not.
We need some more than money. We need people. Didn't seem like there was an option to build houses. We're still hemorrhaging money, dog. Trader store should probably come next then, right? Hey, it does update. I guess the butcher comes with a hunter place. I need stone and grain to make a tavern. Yeah. I don't know why you need the stone. Maybe to keep the ale cold on a cold stone floor. The grain is to make the ale too, though. Ale is my preferred drink, actually. Fuck hops. Just tastes like shitty Sprite. Neighbors' camps already built. Beehives are built. Woodcutter camp built. Maybe they get moved to the end when they're built. $4,000 just to have a nice bridge. Alright, so we're getting that trader. Oh, we need the bridge first. Crap. Does the bridge come next then? You can build the church. That'll attract people. Okay. Sounds like we need the church and the bridge.
I want to build something.
Certainly.
That rickety old footbridge won't do. We need a proper bridge and a firm road.
Right. That should do it. We've got everything.
I know where the bridge is, dude. Why do I gotta walk there? Sit at the table, let the freaking peasants do the work. We need a place of God. This village blessed up. Give me a little ear massage, all the buzzing coming up from the right. This is like exactly what I was expecting. It's no Nino Kuni 2.
We're gonna build here?
Yes. Shall we get started?
You know, I was low-key hoping for, like, maybe a grid snapping system.
Have everything we
Like
need.
in that game, you just switch us to an overhead view.
We've still got the means. We'll get stuck in then.
Right, that's another thing I have installed that I just, like, abandoned forever ago. I've been meaning to go back to it recently. Soon, maybe after I finish Ys. Because they play more or less the same, but, yeah, I think I abandoned that one when Final Fantasy 15 came out. And I didn't go back to it because that took months to beat. Don't have a good reason. I have absolutely loved what I played of it. And we have a bridge, but is this really a paved road? I mean, it looks a little wider, but, like, paved? I don't know. Someone just drug a wagon through here. This is paved. Alright, this is proper. Needs a good raking, though. Why all cutting wood all the way out here? Built the camp way out there so you wouldn't have to get your chips on the road, dude. I set up this little stone wall.
Damn.
Let's get that church fixed up.
I want to build.
Certainly.
Let's start repairing.
It's impossible.
What?
Nah,
Did I blow through my money that quick? That was my life savings. And we're still not making any profit. They don't have a trader up yet. I have 26,000. I can definitely build something with that. Bridge takes maintenance cost. Oh boy. The full church. Oh, nice. I guess this is everything, because it's showing me stuff that I can't build yet. Traders cost 4,000. I do not have enough. Tavern costs 8,000. And this is everything that we've built already. Crap, dude. Basic repairs cost so much. I thought that was cheaper for some reason. So we need to get the trader up, and that costs 4,000. We have 2.6. Where am I going to get my hands on 2,000 gold? A pinch. I mean, you have to, like, do more side quests or do some treasure hunting. Alright. I have to have a bed here, right? One of these should say sleep and save, yep. I have my, like, my universal storage here, too. Maybe this one in the back. Nope. Dirty pot. Oh, different bed. Alright, well, we will get all that figured out next time. Sounds like we're gonna do more side quests, probably some treasure hunting. Last time we found treasure, it was all fat loot. Like, it was at the very least worth money. Probably a good thing I didn't do it too much when I was a low level, because it definitely scaled the treasure in there. We still have to track down that freaking guy. What's his face? Rapita? We were doing that and we just got sidetracked. Because we finally started this by accident. There's a task here. Maybe a way to get money? Check that out later. I didn't even need to mark it because we're quitting. We already just saved. 4 hours. I knew that was gonna happen. I knew it was gonna take a while. Alright, probably have something to talk about next time. Maybe 2 things. And I don't know. See, I have, like, I work Friday, and then I have 2 of my days off again. And then I think I'm maybe off on Wednesday, so I feel like Saturday or Sunday might be too soon, but it's a small possibility. Probably Wednesday, though, is when we'll be back. Yeah. I will see y'all then. Bye-bye.